Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, and there was Nick Volt putting his 2 cents in on the last little bit of our journey here this evening. How is everyone? This evening we've got 30 people watching. Looks like 27 over here on the main channel, and on the backup channel we've got, what's it look like, just 3, but that's all right. Better get over there and do some subscribing, because we're going to do more over there. I want to give everybody a good opportunity to get over there. I've got 5 over on Rumble watching, so I want you to look at this rock formation behind me, because that is a direct result of Regravifractional Paralaxic Gravitronics. And I'd also like to remind everyone that tonight's show is brought to you by Lucky Haskins Dark Matter, okay? And this is now with Gravitrol. Gravitol actually cleans the refractory components of the flux capacitor in all of your time traveling and interstellar devices. This comes directly from Uranus and is available at most retail outlets, 7-Eleven and Wawa. So without further ado, let's take a look and see who all we've got in our little group here with us tonight. Let's see. I see Carrie Skates. Jeebus Crispus is here. Jeebus Crispus is. Got Joe Bloor. I got Jehovah's Daughter Barbara's with us. Rasta Bear. Saddlebum's with us. Carrie Skates. Let's see who else. Do I see Anson Howard in here. Don, hello. How are you tonight? Jam Unleashed is with us. Brian Stavely. Zulu One. What's happening, my man? Boston Ray Mudflood. 4 Jacks. And I think I about got everybody for right now. Let's take a look over here. It's on the other side. Of course, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara is over there as well. Let me see if there's a participant. Just me and her in the chat over there right now, but that's okay. The party may move to that direction. We don't know what we're going to do up in this joint here tonight. Been having a blast. Lucky Haskins, I understand much of your frustration. I spent a little bit of time over in your comment section today. Wow, Lord, boy, howdy, almighty, Jesus, criminally, what in the world kind of people do you draw in there? More of these people telling me that an Atmos Atmospheric pressure is not a gas pressure. But what is the atmos? Well, first off, it's not a sphere because gas cannot form into a shape unless the container is shaped that way. And we're not on a sphere. So it's not an atmosphere. It's an atmos. What is atmos? Atmos is air. What is air? Air is a composition of gases. Okay. We just call it air because it's shorter than saying our oxygen, nitrogen, carbon monoxide, and trace gases mixture that we breathe. It's easier to just say fucking air. Okay. So, don't know why I have to explain this shit to people. They want to argue about what containment is. And it's such a simple concept. It's something you should have realized probably long before you even went to school. My word. I don't get it. There are several types of different containers, different applications for different types of containers. Of course, gas pressure requires full containment. Okay. It can't be partially contained. Unless you're doing something stupid with hexafluoride, which, okay, boy, look at there. Earth's made out of hexafluoride. Ha! Wow. Globers, you got me. Jesus Christ. I have to wonder where these fucking people even get the gumption to even speak. It's insane. And then I see Craig and Chomo Deluxe over here going on to Jeranism like a glutton for punishment. When I left there, he was trying to argue that planes do not fly in the jet stream. They most certainly do, and documentation was provided to prove that statement. This guy just wants to say, no, all the time, and then say a bunch of condescending shit. I have to admit, he was a little better with the interrupting aspect of things. He's been minding himself on that, so maybe he's actually learning some social decorum. I would not expect a whole lot. I did see Sean Hawkins. He likes to come in before anybody can respond to him or anything. And I did invite him to come up on the panel to discuss his maps. Now, I will tell everyone that's here with us tonight the true thing about maps. First of all, the globe is not a fucking map. Second of all, there are no accurate maps. Okay? Why? Because we've been lied to from the get-go. They are hiding lands. We're going by a Cartesian coordinate system that was set up by not you. Okay, so that's what we're using. Secondly, everyone uses an azimuthal equilateral projection map to represent the world, including the UN and every other worldwide organization. Okay, this is what they overall show military strategies with worldwide. Okay. My question is this. If it's so out of whack and so distorted, why doesn't anyone use an azimuthal equilateral projection taken from the south for those that are in the southern hemisphere so they have a more accurate map? The reason is because that shit looks fucking ridiculous. I have it. I will show you. It is completely retarded. Let me see. Do I have it on here or do I have to download that shit again? I do. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to send that over to my wife real fast. And that way, well, I'll just send it to my son. What the hell, why not? This is ridiculous. I saw this and and every time I ask, why isn't this used by anyone in the South? Crickets, and more crickets. So let me bring this up real quick. You would think that if their argument were valid, which of course it isn't, none of them ever are, that you would see something. I'm going to download this too so I don't have to go through this again. That you would see something along the order of this. Right? Okay. There's an azimuthal equilateral projection done from the South Pole. I bet none of you have ever seen that. And there's a reason you haven't seen it. Because it's goddamn ridiculous. That's why. Okay? That's why. But if their assertions were correct, Sean Hawkins, if your assertions of this were correct, this is indeed the type of projection that would be used in the South. But guess what, numpty? It's not. Wonder why. Holy moly. Jesus, criming up. Hey, Martine is here with us too. Good. Mike Finnan, good to see you. Thought this was cute too. I'll show you this real quick. We kind of delve into Star Wars shit every from time to time. Only cans. Because the AI, they're going to merge it with people. There it is, right there. Ha. There you go. Love a simple explanation. Navigation in the southern hemisphere is corrections depending on the latitude. This in the misrepresentation in Africa and South America, their size. And the reality is, of course, we have no accurate maps whatsoever. So Sean Hawkins is asking for something that doesn't exist. And if you try to tell me that a globe is a map, I'm just going to laugh at you. Okay, I'm just going to laugh at you. It's not. It's a decoration, is what it is. It's a fantastical expression of someone's fucked up, insane mind, is what the globe actually is. Okay, so before we even go anywhere with that crap. All right. Let me get over here real quick. How do I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't tell. So I had this really fucking crazy idea about this character here today. When I first saw this picture, I've always thought this guy, look at his fucking mouth. Look at that guy's mouth, man. What is wrong with it? It's the teeth. And then, little things pop up in my head. Like I know that he had a fully equipped dentist chair and shit in his bathroom in that house in New York. And then it just kind of hit me. I was like, what if those are implants or dentures that were made from children's teeth? I don't know, just an idea, because that shit don't look normal to me. But it would go along with the sick ass mind of somebody like this guy, And I was thinking, what if those are like implants that he had made from victims' teeth, or dentures made out of them or some shit like that? It'd be something like a sick motherfucker like that to do, be out there smiling at their parents and shit while he's wearing their teeth. I mean, doesn't go too far from that frazzled rip thing that they have. I don't know. So another one here's been told that we don't see stars through the moon. Apparently we do. I witnessed this myself. This is one of millions of pictures that exist of such a phenomenon. So I don't know where these people get this idea that you can land on something like that. I don't get it. So a lot of times people are asking, this is the thing, let's get off of this. Let's get into the electrics. Let's get into the electrics of this. There's a lot. Everything is electric. Everything is held together by electricity. Electromagnetism is what makes the world go. But here's something they can answer, though. If your world is spinning, what's making it spin? What's causing it to rotate? What's causing any of that shit? And how do you prove any of that? This is the nonsense. They always, just like the Santa Claus fable, they always want to run you by shit that, well, you can't test it out because it's too big or it's too far away, or you have to just take our word for it because we said so and we have pocket protectors. So this is the fucking bullshit that people get into. But I think this is interesting shit too, electromagnetism. And it's a good theory, because a lot of times we have people say, how does your moon and your sun float above the flat earth plane? I don't know, but let's explore some ideas.
The sun and moon rotate around flat earth.
I have here a different configuration, a different set of magnets. I put on a rail in which the magnetic field is the same along this rail. So the superconductor will move without any friction on this rail. Let's see if it works. I'm going to cool it a little bit more. And then I'm going to lock it on top of this rail. And you see, it just levitates. If I had a 20 meters long rail, it would just go without any friction. See, the amount of energy I need to move this disc is minimal because there's no friction. If I take this circular rail, you see these are just two circles of magnets. And if I take the disc and put this on the rail, you'll see that it immediately starts moving. I give it a little push, and that's enough. It will keep rotating until it warms up.
It's like locked right in, man.
So there's no friction at all. Now, I can do the same thing on this rail, but upside down, because again, this is not magnetic repulsion. So if I take this disc and pin it below the rail, it will just move below the rail. Again, forget everything you know.
Look at that. That's
This is
insane.
not classical physics. You forgot? Okay. So this is quantum levitation and quantum locking in space, right?
So that's interesting. I find that to be highly, highly interesting because we know that we've got such electrical potential. It's not even funny. We don't really know a whole lot about the upper Gaussian surface. Okay. So is something like that possible? I've always, I've thought for quite some time now that the sun is electric in nature. I know for a fact that this whole idea of a ball of gas forming up in space somewhere and collapsing in on itself so that it causes nuclear fusion, that's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. Because first of all, we have to go right to the basics of it. How do you get a ball of gas to form in space or any goddamn place at all? How do you make that happen? And don't tell me that the little atoms have their own fucking gravity and pull themselves together. That's the most nonsensical bullshit that I've ever heard. Okay? By their own estimates, there's 1 atom of hydrogen per cubic meter in space. Why are they not gravitationally drawn together? Why are the gravity of each one of these little atomic particles not pulling each other further than a meter? Come on, man. It's dispersal. And how would they even know that? You would have to know how much hydrogen there was, and you'd have to know the size of space in order to calculate such a nonsense fucking figure. And this is more of this shit about how do they fucking know that? They just say it, and people accept it because of who said it. Make a guy look crazy enough and shit and say a bunch of shit that most people don't even understand. And they say, oh, this guy's a genius. They present him. He's got a PR campaign and boom, you know, or you put some fucking lump of meat into a wheelchair and have somebody speak through a speaking spell for him. And that's the world's most brilliant guy in the world. Get the fuck out of here. I don't even know how they come up with this shit. This boggles my mind how easy people are. How easy people are to fool with this dumb shit. Interesting fact, y'all might want to know, the movie Interstellar, all the water planet scenes were shot right here on Earth. So just a little bit of movie trivia for you there. Let's see here. You can't go there. Oh, this was pretty good. This might make you feel pretty good. You guys ever watch Salty Cracker? I catch his shit every once in a while. And this was pretty good. He covered this today. This is where an ATF agent was being arrested by the cops. And I'm just going to play it. This is fucking hilarious.
I'm going to show you a video that is probably going to make chicks pregnant. So there's a crazy video of the ATF going to a house, and the ATF is like, hey, you bought some guns. We need to see if you still have them because of straw purchase. A complete violation of your Second Amendment, your Fourth Amendment, and just, basic common sense and humanity. Here's where the ATF agents, they go to one dude's house, and the dude goes, oh yeah, I'm going to go get it. Hold on a second. Closes the door, calls the cops. He goes, there's somebody out here pretending to be a cop who wants to see my guns. And that's how you get this confrontation right here.
Hey, turn around. Let me see your hands. Turn around. Let me see your hands. Okay, let me see your hands. I need to see some ID. Get on the ground. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground.
What's your deal?
Get on the ground now.
I'm a federal agent.
917-110-3.
I'm a federal agent.
Get on the ground so I can find out who you are.
It ain't happening.
This is how you get shot.
I got my ID.
Do not reach for your waist. Keep your hands up.
Dude, why would I have an Olay shit?
Get your hands up.
Yeah.
Get on the ground.
Face down now.
Now.
Face down. You guys are making a big mistake.
You are the one making a mistake.
And then he finds, see, I get on the ground. I'm a federal agent. If that got you off, have a cigarette. Get ready for round 2 because it gets way better.
Wait a sec. Do not resist.
I'm not resisting.
You're acting like a moron.
Wait a second.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Don't do this. Wait a second. I got a medical condition. Get my license out of my pocket. We're getting you screwed.
I love how they start yelling out all the fucking shit that they don't want to listen to when they're wanting to put cuffs on another person. I love that. Hey, I got my shoulders are fucked up or this, that, and the other. I don't care. Fuck you. And then when it happens to them, that's the beauty of it. I love it. I love it when it happens to them because then they got to fucking deal with it. It's karma.
Please, wait. No. Hold on. I'm hyperventilating.
I can't breathe.
I'm not. Stop resisting. Would you please get my ID out of my left pocket? Stop resisting. You. My wife's please.
My wife's pregnant. Where did that come from?
Sir, please.
Joe, get your taser out. Get your taser out, Joe.
No, don't do that. Don't make me. Oh, don't do that. Okay. Get him cuffed. Get him cuffed.
Don't taste me, bro. I'm a federal agent. Oh, fuck you, Patriots that win. Somebody show me Nancy Pelosi's floppy tits. Quick. Medical emergency.
I just thought that was pretty good. I'd seen that before, and he just did that little clip of it, and I was like, yeah, that's karma. I love that. And they go, oh, don't do this to me. I have this kind of thing going on. And, oh, my wife's pregnant. What the fuck? Pig on pig crime. I love it. I love it, Charles. Absolutely. Here's a good one. I like this. The Globers be like, Earth is flat. Explain this picture. If the Earth is flat, why do hummingbirds fly? They're always asking stupid shit like that. And nobody can ever... There you go. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, man. The amount of power generated by the transmitter of the radio on the moon would never have sufficient power to reach Earth. It would never go 250,000 miles. Okay, because signals are dependent, 1, on frequency, 2, on the amount of power behind it. Okay, this is why little 9-volt fucking walkie-talkies have a shorter range than ones that take more batteries, okay? And they have a higher frequency range as well. It requires more power. It's just like, no, it didn't, M-Ball. You're just fucking, you're drunk. You must be hanging out with Nick, drinking and shit. Quit that drinking. It's making you believe you live on a fucking ball. Never go full retard, M-Ball. Never go full retard. Please. Just don't. What is that? So I've had these people. The guy says, when they were arguing with me about it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how big the antenna is. The antenna is only as good as the signal it sent to it. First rule of signal school, man. This is one of the first things they taught us in signal school at Fort Gordon was the signal, the antenna is only as good as the signal it sent to it. Get a grip, babe. Get a grip. Sorry. You don't understand how communications work. Stop talking. Do not talk about things you don't know about. And so far, you don't know about physics. You don't know about fucking gas laws. You don't know about this either. You don't know about radios or communications. You don't have any fucking clue what you're talking about. And yes, I do know what I'm talking about. I was high frequency radio communications for the United States military, bro. Don't even. Okay. And we were like one of the best fucking crews in Fifth Corps. All right. That's why we got detached to German infantry units and shit, which is an interesting story because they have beer that would come out to the field when they were on field exercises. And I taught an entire company of German soldiers how to sing Gilligan's Island. It was cool. So anyway, getting into this thing about the gravity, and they always want to bring into this fucking Cavendish experiment. And I bet you this is one that is absolutely, your FCC license doesn't mean you know anything. How many different types of radios do you operate with? How much experience do you have with the FSK NSP frequency range? Just asking. Have you ever used doublet antennas, directional doublet antennas? And how did you calibrate them? Okay. So in any case, in the Cavendish experiment, which people like M. Ball always want to invoke, right? Oh, the Cavendish experiment of 1796. You see, there was this crackpot dude that hung some lead balls in a shed and sat back at his house and watched them with binoculars through his window. Very scientific. But then when you lay them down and say, well, what is your three types? How was it an experiment? How was it an experiment? Okay. What was your independent variable? What did you use? What controls did you use? None of that. They just set something up, watched it, and made a conclusion. That's not science, and it's not an experiment. 3 steps of an experiment, or at least the 3 variables that are involved in any kind of a scientific experiment. I'll list them right up here for you right now. You have the independent variable. Okay. Factor being tested can only be 1 per experiment. Okay, so if we're wanting to test gravity in this point is the IV, right? And then you have to manipulate. Question, what did I purposefully change to see if it made a difference? Okay, now you have a dependent variable, factor that is changed or affected, usually measured, changed because of the IV. Okay, it depends on the IV. What did I observe or measure that was different between my groups? Now you have controls as well, constant in all groups. In other words, you have variables that are not changing. Okay, so that you don't have anything else influencing the experiment, right? So a constant in all groups can be more than 1. It keeps the experiment controlled. So your question in that case is what stayed the same for all groups that I'm testing, because you may find that the effect changes one of your so-called controls. This is why repetition of the experimentation and manipulation of the independent variable, or manipulation of any of the variables in order to determine what that independent variable actually exists. They don't do it. They don't use it. Okay. So there we go. So M-Ball, we're not going to be discussing on a whole thing. If you want to come up and discuss radio frequencies and shit, feel free to click the link. But I am not going to operate from your chatting onto my show because you're too much of a fucking pussy to come up on my panel. Okay? That's not how it's going to work. Okay? So anyway, so usually when you're arguing with these fucking retards, let me show you what you're arguing with. Let me just show you real quick. That's what you have right there. Right there. Okay, so oftentimes there's only really one, but they're all doing their own responses, and it takes a real sick individual to even do something like that. That's the way I look at it. Now, if a man is born ignorant, let me see here. Okay, I think that was all I was going to show you on this. This is something that I was thinking about. I thought about this when I put it into demonstration. I just wonder, would this actually work? I thought about this. I'm going to try this. I want to see if it'll work. But then the thing that gets me is, how would you stop it? Right? You would have to be able to manipulate somehow. So it couldn't be just free energy, because you'd have to be able to manipulate the magnets in order to control the speed. Watch. Put this thing on the top. This actually. What y'all think? Would that work? Would that work? I don't know. This is where I'm looking for another video that I have in my. I should have had this key. I did, but I rebooted and forgot that everything stayed up. Oh my God. So one moment, please. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. This is this guy. So when you're asking these guys about this shit, this is the kind of crap you get right here. Let me change this. Wait. Oops. Okay, so oh no, it's on a media player. Okay. That's why I was having problems. All right. Share the screen. And while this is playing, I can look over here at the chat. Oh, wait. I did it backwards again. Fuck. Oh, that's why. Here he is. Wow, got it. Share screen, audio. I think this will work.
Ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt. And if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And so then we build it that way.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
No strange occurrences?
Nothing like that.
The space shuttle,
go ahead.
The space shuttle went to 365 miles a few years ago because I worked in news. I saw CNN. They said that the radiation belts surrounding Earth are more dangerous than previously believed because the astronauts saw shooting stars with their eyes closed. This is when they got within 600.
We saw shooting stars, but they're not shooting stars with your eyes closed, although they look like it. If you're out in space beyond the Van Allen belt, and probably within the Van Allen belt, and close your eyes, and just pay attention. You don't notice it unless you pay attention. Then all of a sudden you'll see a little flash like a shooting star, except it's like that. There goes one this way. Then one just blossoms. And then not that fast. Maybe you wait 3 minutes or 2 minutes and one goes whoosh. And what's happening is cosmic rays are hitting the back of your eye and exciting those sensors in the back of your eye. So
this guy's like full of shit. As soon as he's like, oh, well, yeah, these other guys said it. Now I recall the conversation. So now I'm going to relate it to the way it actually happened to me. Listen, nobody gets through the Van Halen radiation belt. Okay. You'll be up there listening to Hot for Teacher for like hours trying to get through that thing. What's happening? Melodome is within the house. What's going on, guys? What does it say? Yeah, here's your first rule of spacewalk. Okay. First rule of spacewalk is, of course, do not piss in the pool. All right. Whatever you do. They got that dye in there. They got that dye. I remember people telling me about that and shit. And I was like, I didn't know whether to believe it or not. I still don't know. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at this. We love to make people's minds wander. Want to also remind everybody that this broadcast is brought to you tonight by Lucky Haskins. Dark matter comes from the darkest reaches of Uranus. It's now with patented Gravitol, which helps to lubricate the flux capacitors in the Gravitrofractional sensors. So you can pick up your Lucky Haskins dark matter at a retail outlet near you, including Target, Walmart, and 7-Eleven. Sorry, we have to make those little commercial breaks. We're sponsored. Okay.
The magisterium is what people need. Keep things working by telling people what to do. Some people know what's best for them, and some people don't. Besides, they don't tell people what to do in a mean, petty way. They tell them what to do in a kindly way to keep them out of danger.
How do you justify totalitarianism, right? Oh, it's for your own good. It's for your own good. You won't have to think about things. We'll provide everything for you. And if you think outside of the paradigm that we've provided for you, well, you'll be mocked, ridiculed, and punished by the others. Okay. Are there any questions? No, enjoy your prison stay here on Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your host, Walt Disney.
Thank you, Garco. See, my boy, it's nature's way. Upon the weak, the strong ones prey.
Carbon. First link in the chain of living things, chain of living things. The carbon atom is unique. For it alone combines with itself and other elements in millions of intricate structures to form the complex molecules of organic compound.
This equation has four factors. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero.
Carbon, first link in the chain of living things.
This is something that has to get to zero.
Now use your head, will you?
Today, as we face the serious problems of overpopulation,
feeding everybody and maintaining the environment is going to be impossible. This is a bit scary.
The possibility of Mars becoming a new frontier is of increasing importance in our plans for the future.
Ooh, Mars.
Use your brain for a change.
Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
It will be many years yet before our plans can fully materialize.
Collaboration between Disney Pixar and NASA.
Geez, wonder why they're all connected. Could it be because they placate you with cartoons, animations, and a bunch of hopeful bullshit that's never going to come to fruition? I mean, come on, y'all. I mean, I can remember feeling that hopeful when I was a kid and they were running that bullshit. And of course, Disney was right on board with it. I think it was, I went to Disney World 1977, and I was like 12, and it was really crazy, man, because they had this whole thing called the World of Tomorrow. And shortly after that, they came up with something called the Epcot Center, and that was going to be all this stuff that was, you know, for the future and space exploration. They even had Space Mountain down there and everything, you know. And here all these many years later, we're just now, you know, if we really work on it hard, we might be able to get out past the Van Halen belt, you know. And I'm like, oh, hold on a fucking minute here. You were telling me there was going to be malls on the fucking mall on the moon and shit, right? There's going to be malls and shopping centers and people living up there and everything, and big colonies and all this shit. And hell, we were going to use that as a jumping point to Mars. Now, don't you think that, of course, fuel being one of the biggest expenses of their space travel, that you would, before you go trying to blast off to Mars, what I would do is, since we've already been to the moon, right? We set up a launch station on the moon, right? And then actually launch this rocket that's going to go to Mars from the moon. You've only got, what, 1/6 the gravity to have to deal with. Blast off would be a snap. And then head toward the angry red planet, right? Wouldn't that be the wisest thing to do, rather than, well, we've already been to the moon and we did everything we can think that we should do up there? I mean, hell, we drove a dune buggy around and we hit some fucking golf balls around and shit. What else do you want? You know? Oh, yeah, well, you put a mirror up there too, so you can bounce a laser from the Earth, because that's a fucking useful thing that we have there. That's really useful. So of all the things we could think of to do on these expensive ass missions and dangerous missions to the moon was hit some fucking golf balls around, joyride in a dune buggy that nobody can figure out how the fuck we got it up here, and yeah, we placed that moon there, or that little that mirror, that little reflector, so that we could shoot a laser and bounce it, and so school kids can go, oh, and gullible adults can go, oh, because their minds haven't progressed beyond 12 years old. So what the fuck, right? Is this starting to get to anybody to realize that, you know, this space thing is a crock of shit, right? Let's get real here. They first sent up John Glenn. Let's not forget about John Glenn and the orbital flight and all this other bullshit, right? So they've been fucking with us since like 1958. What do we got out of it? You're going to tell me my cell phone came from them going to space? You're going to tell me this computer came from them going to space? Don't. Okay? That shit, they want you looking up. They don't want you looking out, and they don't want you looking north. Anyway, they want you looking up. Okay? Let's see what the shape of this place that I'm at is. How are we going to do that? Well, we'll look up at the sky, of course. Why not? And also, I wanted to let everybody know the equator runs right through the middle of my fucking bathroom, because my toilet spins one way when it drains, and my sink right across from it drains in the opposite direction. So this can only mean that my bathroom is right on the equator. See, I'm using globe logic. How you like that one, M-Ball? Sean Hawkins, using your globe logic there. Asking me for a map. That motherfucker is a match with a map and a flashlight. Let's get real about it. Yeah, here's some of the important science. Check out some of this important science. This is just a remote control fucking car with like a little astronaut doll on it or some shit. This is so fake. Look at this shit. And they communicated 250,000 miles with that little shit fucking turned up umbrella that was on there too. The stupid shit that people will believe. And I think it's mostly, I don't think it's really that they can't be that stupid. They're just really gullible and hopeful, you know. A basic appeal to authority. They try to act like they're smart, but it's basically, like I pointed out before, it's intelligence through proxy. They haven't really thought through the things that they're parroting, like telling me that gravity is a container for gas. That's a good one. That's a good one. Have you ever really thought that out? And then when you ask them to give you an example or to demonstrate that, what do? They beg the question and show you a fake picture of Earth from fake space. You go, look, there it is. Yo, come on, man. Do better, right? So you tell them do better. What do they do next? Then they show you a picture of fucking Jupiter and say, it's a gas giant. And then, of course, my next question is going to be, how does a ball of gas form in space or anywhere else for that matter? Where have you ever seen a ball of gas form? Maybe from all those pictures in World War I where they used deadly gas and it formed into a ball on the battlefield and rolled over the soldiers, or what? What the fuck are you people thinking? Come on, y'all. Wake up. Stop being stupid. I know you people ain't. Most of my folks here got their fucking shit together, which is great, man. We only get like one or two globe trolls over here. We don't get them too often. And that's a good thing. Because, you know, what are you guys actually doing? You're going to be like Craig? You're going to be like Craig? Look at this fucking guy. He ended up after that show, after Mind Shock, did their analysis on this. And this is only part one. We went over it last night. Holy crap, I can't wait for part two. Look at this tally. Look at this fucking tally that come up. 175 logical fallacies. And that's exactly what these guys do, man, is they just stack them like a big fucking tower. And we just sit over here and smack them down. There it is. We smack them down at every turn. It's so bad that stupid, who's the other guy with the turd hair? He's got like the little poop dollop hair. Not Craig, but Simon Dan. That's his name. Simon Dan. Now there's a good one. Whew. Boy, howdy. He won't debate nobody either. And his excuse is, I don't want to give them legitimacy. Dude, really? Then shut the fuck up. Why do you just make videos about it then? Isn't that doing the same thing? You're just doing videos that nobody can call you on your bullshit in real time. So you're full of shit. That's obvious. Poo-poo heads. I like that. I'm going to use that from now on. I was calling people peanut whackers, but poo-poo heads. Poo-poo heads and peanut whackers. So, wow. What is this saying? Tesla Science Center. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. The Tesla Science Center is burning down. It burned down. Do you know this?
Flames filled the night sky in Shoreham as firefighters from more than a dozen departments responded in the pouring rain. The historic Tesla Science Center going up in smoke before our eyes.
That's devastating.
The building dates back to 1901. It was the final standing laboratory of American inventor Nikola Tesla, who made groundbreaking discoveries in the fields of electricity and wireless technology. The building was undergoing extensive renovations. The center's executive director, Mark Alessi, says there are 33,000 donors from all over the world who are in disbelief tonight.
I wonder if there's a purpose behind that or if it was truly an accident. What do y'all think? I can't tell. But yeah, that's some of the shit. And yeah, I saw what you said there, Lisa, that he counted. How do you test that as a logical fallacy? There was a couple where actually also too, when Caleb asked about the is the horizon physical or optical? And of course, it's optical. as far as we're concerned. You're never going to see it, the physical horizon, that's for sure. And I didn't see that as a logical fallacy, because that takes you right to the next question, which is, how did you develop an R value? It's a good question. But in any case, it's still out of a whack fucking ratio. And, you know, I mean, the dude was so bad. And I think he had it straight on right, too, when he was saying he thinks that he's got a mental disability of some kind. And I think that that's probably true. If not epigenetic, perhaps genetic itself. But yeah, I would most likely say an epigenetic reasoning behind it. He does have Ipanku eyes. And you might want to look into that. Somebody sent me some shit on that the other day, and it's worth looking into. Ipanku, Ipanku eyes, Ipanku eyes. We'll probably do a stream on it. I want to look into it a little bit further, but I want to do a stream on it too, because our good friend Illuma Tommy definitely has that. Definitely has that, and it would explain quite a bit. Anyway, this was Santos Bonacci, who is no longer allowed to be on certain platforms, but I like what he usually has to say. Let's check this out. 3 eye whites. Yes, that's right. Unindoctrinated. And he's got that, man. Fucking crazy eyes.
He's a stationary earther. He's insisted up until the day he died, 2004. You see him on YouTube, little Italian man saying, "La terra è ferma." He says, me and Marconi discovered that the earth is stationary. It doesn't move. And then he takes you into his laboratory and shows you with strobe lights how you can prove quite easily that the earth does not move.
Well, here we go.
Well,
We're in it.
He said the stars are holes in the sky. So that got me thinking. The Greeks said that the stars are like nailed onto the firmament. The Babylonian says that the stars are glued onto like an aerogel sort of floating in space chandelier type thing, where all the stars and the 7 planets are going around on the ecliptic. And they said that's like a chandelier and they're pinned to it. They're holes in the sky. They are holy holes.
That's
hallowed. That's why the word holy, you look at the word holy, you can be a hole or you can be whole. That's what holy means, to be whole, to be sane. Sano in Latin means to be whole. Insane means to be not whole. You're not whole. So someone you say, oh, he's insane, means he's not complete. So a hole in the sky. See, we come from the stars, right? Our young children,
they're in us.
We're all stars, all right? Young children we call youngsters. Our sisters we call spinsters. Good people we call masters. Bad people we call fraudsters, gangsters, and mobsters. Religious people, ministers and pastors.
Stars.
Cool people in Hollywood we call rock stars, movie stars, superstars.
Stars. Stars. Stars.
Imposters. Disasters. But we're all stars. You see? So we know, and what...
You're right, Ryan. You're absolutely right. It was Sam Peku. And I got some examples of that to bring up. It's kind of interesting.
Where do we come from? Our ancestors. Well, a star is a star. So we know we come from, and we're stardust, and we're going back to the stars, but they are lights in the firmament, and they are actually holes, which are portals, wormholes. You see, the sun is the main wormhole. Early Christians, the true ones, the Gnostics, before the Roman BS story, they were called Heliognostics. Can anyone explain what that word means?
Center.
Someone who doesn't believe in the sun?
No, not heliocentric. Heliognostic. Gnostic means to know, like a Gnostic Christian. Gnosticism. Yeah, they knew about the sun. A heliognostic, helios is the sun, right?
Yeah.
Early Christians were called Heliognostics.
Isn't that interesting? Early Christians called, he was right. It was San Peku. That was San Peku. That was because of a joke that I was making and I got it confused. I said I had senpiku eyes, so I pank you. I'm going to spank you.
Because they knew, like the Egyptians who would wake up watching the sun and putting their palms up to the sun in the morning and sun gazing barefoot.
Meet Remarkable, a complete system for your handwritten notes and documents.
Like this, with their palms. Palm is an anagram for lamp, right? So you try putting your palms up to the sun and you will feel what's going on. You see these healers?
You're telling me that we're supposed to stare at the sun?
I do it every day.
And what do they tell you? Don't stare at the sun. It's like what is up is really down.
Because it makes people dumb. The sun is the primary intellect of the universe. It is the primary vital source of every atom that exists. Without the sun, no atom would dance anywhere in the universe, in this solar system.
So doesn't it make you blind though? Doesn't it hurt your eyes?
Hasn't made me blind. I can see you guys perfectly.
How
I've been
long
doing
do you
it for
stare
10
at
years. As long as I want. Any time of the day. Bang.
Like the first time you tried it, you can do it.
No, not the first time. At the
You have to
first
get used to it?
Make sure it's low in the sky.
Yeah, you just don't go starting out, going out, look at the fucking just hey, it's high noon. I'm gonna stare at the sun. If you haven't been doing it, you know it's good. You're gonna squint like a motherfucker. I mean, you can still bring yourself used to it, but you want to start slow. You know, go to a low sun in the sky, and then work your way up. It won't hurt you. Trust me, it doesn't. I've been doing it for a while, and I'll tell you what. If you're barefoot, that's interesting what he says about his hands in the early Christians. Heliognostics. Interesting.
There's a guy on YouTube called Hira Ratan Manik. He's a Hindu guy. And he teaches, watch the sun when it's low in the sky, rising is best, or setting, and then the UV factors index is very low, so you won't hurt your eyes. Start with 10 seconds, and then build up 10 seconds every day. I'm on to as long as I want to.
In the middle of the day, you could just look right at the sun.
Easy.
So you gotta work up to it.
You have to work up to it.
And then what are the benefits again?
Consciousness. Once you make a loop with the sun, because it's a conscious being, it's Michael the archangel, it's God. The sun is God. It is our magnetic God. It's magnetism is best.
Doesn't science say that it's like a nuclear explosions? Like it's
well,
that's what I have to ask. How the fuck could that even possibly be? Somebody who supposedly invoking scientific method decided that somehow, against all laws of nature and physics, a ball of gas can form in a vacuum someplace and become so immense that it crushes in on itself and becomes nuclear fusion. That is like the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. I mean, just right from the inception, the ball of gas formed. How does a ball of gas form anywhere? How does that even happen? It doesn't. Okay? This is why I say their whole globe shit is dead right on arrival. You go back to the basics, all the shit that they glossed over you when you were young and you didn't question and just took for granted. Go back and question it now, because you'll find out they still don't have a fucking answer. They rely on your belief in that crap in order to expand on it and build up the rest of this nonsense that they force into your head. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, but it's diabolical.
Walter Russell debunked that 70, 80 years ago. Walter Russell is, I'm going to be doing most of his work on Sunday. I'm going to be speaking from his mind because he knew what the atom was. He wrote a book.
How did mainstream science of the sun get debunked? Explain that a little bit. Like, because if you look at any science book, it says that it's like nuclear bombs going off or something, right?
Check out a guy called Eric Dollard on YouTube. He's a great scientist. I think he was here in California till the government destroyed his 20th laboratory. And he is one of the best magnetricians. If you want to know about magnetism, Ken Wheeler, Eric Dollard, he talks about the sun. He says the sun's cold. The only arcing, it's empty. It's a black. When you see sunspots in the sun, which I can see just by sun gazing, I see sunspots, black holes. It's because the sun is empty. It's a portal. The moon is empty. You can see on the new moon, you can see a ring and there's black and you can see it's a hole. Clearly, it's a hole. You go through it.
Oh, you're telling me there's no moon there?
There is. There is.
It's
because
not it's not a solid object. Is that what is that? I mean,
not solid as we know solid. It's a more attenuated transcendental material. Atoms can act differently when they're in a different dimension. It's transcendental.
amazing.
What you are seeing there is the dance of the gods, the moon, the sun. These are gods. They are gods. They are archangels. The Jews, they'll tell you in Kabbalah, they'll tell you the moon is Raphael, Mercury is Gabriel, etc. The sun is Michael.
They say the sun is 93 million miles away. How far do you think it really is?
About
Or
60 to 100 miles.
60 to 100 miles away.
Probably not even. I might be so wrong. It's probably just more local. And
It looks really close when you look
does.
at it. It's like it's right there. How is it 93 million miles away?
Yeah.
Where'd they get that number? What are they trying to do? What is NASA trying to do with all their space science?
They're trying to make a godless world of
Oh my God.
everyone is insignificant except for the rich people who've got all the money. They're significant because they're on the glossy magazines. You're not. And the sun's, and we're hurtling through space, and we don't know when it's all going to blow up, and blah blah blah. And there's
There's an asteroid coming. We need an asteroid tax, right?
Yeah.
How do you know, Lisa? How do you know the sun is empty? How do you know what the sun is? How do you know the sun is empty? You don't. It's a just unsubstantiated claim. Hang on, let me grab my coffee cup real quick. Ha ha ha. Fresh Java right out of the Keurig. That's the way to have it. That's the way to have it. Boy, we've come a long way in the technology of coffee making since 1969. We started out with percolators, gravitated to the automatic drip coffee, and now here we are at the Keurig. If only we'd made such advancements in space travel, which we haven't. Nor will we, because there's no such thing. You know why it's a waste of time to practice for 0G? Because there's no such fucking thing. Right? Come on, y'all. Devil's got this world. Everybody knows it. That's what he said. The boat. What do we got going on over here in my chat thing going on? The devil wears Prada. Yeah, the devil's really tricky, man. And this is the thing. This is the thing. They say that it's the greatest trick he ever pulled was convincing you that he didn't exist. Well, he also has convinced many that God doesn't exist. And how does he do that? Through things like NASA, right? SpaceX, Fake X, all these other hopeful, dreamy people. Not you, Dreamy Lynn. That my girl. My wife says, "What's with you and all these females you have on your show?" And I said, "I just got it like that, babe. That's how it is, man. Can you blame them, right?" I'm kidding, of course. Oh, shit. So anyway, there's Glenn from Boston. Hi, Glenn from Boston. I'm Dave from Detroit. Anyway, the devil is confusing. The devil is terrible. and deceives the whole world. And how has he deceived the whole world? He had a shitload of people believing that they live on a ball spinning in space. But guess what? They don't. And more people are coming to that realization every day. It's beautiful. I'm watching these Globers struggle deeply to try to get people to hold on to their shit. The Globers held a Spaces on X today, and they were desperate for any flat earthers to come up to their fucking space. They were desperate for anybody, and nobody cares about them. I mean, that's the thing that's going on. Nobody gives a shit no more about them. You got people like McToon and fucking Craig at the Fight the Flat Earth, and they're just these fucking losers that are showing their desperation daily and getting knocked out of the park daily. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it. The pseudoscience believers over in the comments on Lucky Haskins' video Oh boy, Lord, what a happy time I've been having with those guys. I mean, it's just incredible. Guy says, well, I says, define pressure. And he says, well, there's no one definition for pressure. And I said, you're absolutely right. There is no one definition for pressure. There's actually 3. And I listed them. Okay. What is pressure? Pressure, number 1, it's a noun, of course. And the first one is the act of pressing. Maybe that's why the word pressure sounds much like pressing. Huh. Meaning number 2, the condition of being pressed. Pressed. There it is. Pressure, pressed, pressing. And 3, the application of continuous force by one body on another that is touching. Compression. And I noticed that word compression has the word press in it too. So what the fuck is pressing against our atmosphere? Space? Cause and effect. They want to blur them together. We're not going to let it happen. You know why? Because nobody going to fool my mama's baby boy, and none of you folks out there either, because we're not going to let them. And once again, this show is brought to you by Lucky Haskins Dark Matter, now with patented Gravitol. Gravitol helps lubricate the flux capacitor and gravitational sensors in your Starship. Available at most retail outlets, including 7-Eleven, Walmart, and Target. Comes from the deepest regions of Uranus. So get yours today. The devil is tricky.
Hello, Americans. I'm Paul Harvey. If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States.
President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of the serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flame.
The President of the United States is racist.
If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions, just let those run wild. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. I would caution against extremes
I'm here to warn people. You keep telling me to shut up. This isn't a game.
in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
Now you know the rest of the story.
Can see I was muted. I'm an amateur. I was just trying to be like Brian Staveley, you know. I love you, Brian. Just kidding, bro. No, I was going to say this is as old as me. That recording of him saying that is damn near as old as me, and the imagery was modern. So you can see it's just even more relevant today than it was when it was recorded, because I've watched this progression happen. Do you realize when I was a young boy, 12, I guess, in that age range, there was a show came on TV, and I see I have somebody backstage, called Three's Company. And of course, this show revolved around a single guy who moved into an apartment to save money with two single women. And this was, of course, frowned upon type of thing at that period of time, society wise. Here's Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chain.
Good evening.
But that was on after prime time, and I wasn't supposed to watch it just because of the suggestiveness of the theme of the show. You know, there was stuff that was for adults, and then there was stuff for kids. They started pushing that envelope. Of course, you know, I, like many other people my age, my friends included, we would talk about the show, that one, and another one that was popular called Soap. I think that was the first show to actually have an openly gay character on it. And oh boy, you can't have kids watching that either. And, you know, probably for good reason, but we did, because a lot of us had our own TV and we could put, you know, block out the light and watch it in secret, or be over at a friend's house who's allowed to watch it and see it anyway. But they've pushed the envelope to where now it's just, holy cow. And even with gratuitous, disgusting things, you know, like in a movie or TV show before, if somebody got sick, they would turn away from camera and you knew what happened, right? Now they got to show the barf coming out of their mouth, you know, and it's like, why is this necessary? But it's more of this pushing the envelope, desensitizing the masses. And this is where we go constantly until it's finally, you know, it's like this whole idea of, oh, we'll get with the times. It's 2023. Oh, so immorality it's okay with time? Is that how that works? Morals decay with time? That's how that's supposed to work? In what date will it be acceptable to just fuck in the middle of the street? You know, that's what I'm wondering. I guess we're getting
Well,
close.
at least we know what they're thinking now. I mean, it's, you know, they kept so many secrets. Now their secrets are all over the place in everyone's face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
yeah.
You can
Well,
see how disgusting they get.
By getting us to mimic their disgusting behavior, it legitimizes their disgusting behavior. It's you understand?
Well, how else are they going to push their porn if they don't start with soft porn first and all the other garbage they come up with?
I can remember me and my friend clicking when cable first came to our area. I was probably around 13 or so, and you could put it on like Skinamax or whatever, you know, but or there was the nudie channel, but you had to subscribe to it, right? And if you weren't subscribed, it was just like a scrambled screen. And me and my friends would sit there watching it, trying to get a glimpse of a tit or something, you know, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, we seen a boob on there. You know? It's just like shit. Now it's nothing, you know. They got it, and it's a fucking rabbi that owns Pornhub, man. Why the fuck is a rabbi own Pornhub?
Well, who do you think is putting out all that kind of garbage in the first place?
Well, you know, when a certain little man with a mustache came to power in a little country in Europe, one of the first things that he did was clean up the filth that was Berlin and other major cities in Germany at the time. And part of that was the pornography, the prostitution, the trafficking, that shit right there. And that pissed off some people that later on decided that, oh, and then the anti-animal cruelty laws, the first ever passed by anybody. He passed anti-animal cruelty laws. And of course, this took away kosher butcher, because that is completely inhumane and it's barbaric. And so that same group, oh boy, this is just too much. He's really hitting us in all the places we call home. And they declared economic warfare on that country. So yeah, you're right on top of it. This is like, I don't like politicians, but I met this guy, and I got to say, if there's ever been one that I could actually say I trust this dude, it would be this guy right here. Ron Paul called Congress a bunch of psychopathic authoritarians to their faces in his farewell address when he got out of there, and he did, man.
Yeah, but he was in there a long time. He could have changed some things. I mean, he seems like a great guy and everything, but he was still pushing the same bullshit. He just sounded like he was against, certain things, and I'm sure he was.
He was alone. He was alone. That was the problem. You're only going to get, see that thing, what you got going on, it's not like what they told us in school. It's more like how a corporate boardroom works. Okay.
I know.
And
it is a business.
It is. And that's where I'm like, oh my God, this guy, and he wouldn't go along with the shit. And so consequently, being a thorn in the side of everyone there, do you think he got any funds for any of his projects or anything? Fuck no. He couldn't get nothing.
Well,
he couldn't get any support for any of his bills because they went directly against the very establishment that is causing all this misery. And they're embedded right there. They're embedded right there.
Well, he was a representative, right? So somebody was backing him.
Yeah, just not enough, and there's where we get into the problem of party politics.
Well, it doesn't matter what any of us say. None of this political bullshit has anything to do with this. It's a business. They will hire who they want to hire at the end of the day. And they do need to have a little bit of, combatants in the business to keep everybody engaged, right? Because everybody likes a good fight. Isn't that how it's said in the fighting industry?
Yeah.
Everyone likes a good fight. There's no fun unless there's opposition.
Maybe.
Think about it. It doesn't matter the topic, flat earth, globe, church, politics, it's always the same. You got to have your combatants or nobody's going to pay attention. They'll call you dull and boring.
Well, if you don't realize that you're where you're at and what you're about, you're never going to get it to begin with. That's the first thing is we have to dispel the illusions that people are under. I mean, you really do. And it's not an easy task. Now, I have been successful.
You're telling me nothing new here.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's what keeps me going. I know I've been successful, and it's sort of like, when you're hunting for them mushrooms and morels, right? You find them, but you don't always get a lot, but you relish the ones that you do because that's I don't know. To me, when I have people message me and say, man, I'm really glad I started watching you and listening to your stuff because it's opened my mind up to so much more. I've been able to shed away the lies, even people that tell me that I've helped them kick alcohol, which that's great. That keeps me going. Now, as a fraction of the people that watch, it's a small number, because a lot of the people were already onto it prior to that. But I've woken a lot of people up. and not just to the true earth, but to the illusion of what they think the world works like, you know. And it's easy to do when you just use a few examples, you know, and look at them from what I like to call a xenoscopic standpoint. In other words, you could pretend like you just got here. I just heard the story about this going on. What's really happening here? And you have to do it without a dog in the fight. And the only way you can get truly to that way in your mindset is to realize that the only reason you have a dog in the fight is because they gave it to you. It wasn't your choice. So you have to learn to look at everything objectively, completely objectively.
Right, but we're missing quite a few objective people, because it seems like, you know, there's too many that are just continuing to push it. Too many falling to the wayside.
Right.
You know.
Well, and they're lazy. There's a lot of lazy people too. Okay, this is being done to you on purpose, just like my man was talking about with the sun. All right, that's part of it. People aren't getting out into the sun, and when they are in the sun, they slather themselves up with some kind of fucking bullshit full of aluminum on their skins, right, to block out the nutrients of the sun. They wear shaded eyewear so that they're not getting the true light of the sun, you know. And we think this is good for you. This is for your convenience.
And it's not just in the sun. It's not just in the summer people putting all that crap on their skin. They do it every time they put on deodorants too.
Oh my God, yeah.
Full of aluminum.
Or your favorite shampoo. Or, you know, all these different products. Your skin is the largest organ in your body, and you absorb so much through the skin, you know, and people don't realize that. They really don't.
Yeah, they'll tell you, oh, you can absorb through the skin. Then they give you patches for your medication. Yeah,
yes. Wow. Yeah, they don't realize they're in a prison. That's rule number one, man.
You were born in a cold prison. It is your country, your state. Number two, you have to pay for the prison stay. They call the prison fee taxes. Number three, you have no say what will be done with the money, but you have to pay. Number four, to pay the money, you have to work. The prison encourages you to buy new shiny products, so you feel better about your poor existence. Number five, you are not allowed to exit the prison far enough to see the prison wall. Number seven, the prison gives you news and entertainment so that you don't discover the prison walls. Number eight, the prison does not allow strong family bonds or strong brotherhood unless you are a part of the group that is running the prison. Number nine, the prison you live in wants you weak, sick, and divided, because weak prisoners can't climb the walls. And most important, number 10, the prison is mostly run by other prisoners. It will collapse if enough prisoners will wake up.
Yep. And if you don't wake up, you don't even know. People say, well, what's wrong with not knowing? Wow, what a sad state that is. Vitamin D is a huge problem in the USA. Take it from me, had one and didn't know until it got really bad. What? I don't understand. I don't understand what you are talking about.
You were born
I'm going to talk like that guy now. He talks a little bit like Count Dracula.
That's what I was thinking.
Welcome to my castle. Blah, blah. No shit, man. Come on.
But he's right. And I was asking that when I was young. and first started working and stuff, I said, they didn't do any effing work. Why are they collecting from me? You know? And
Right.
everybody was so, you have to pay your taxes. I can't believe you're questioning that, you know, like it was a
Right.
crime to even suggest that that was bullshit. I mean, you know who we might need to pay if we have community water. Every town should be a co-op, you know? And I see things and I ask questions, and like with the tax thing, these businesses, they're doing all the damn work, and then they have to pay somebody else to do what? What are they? What? They can't have anything of ours without dang it, forgot the word, shit. Without, you know, paying for it. You know, they can't take your land, your cars, this, that, and everything.
Right,
They
right.
have laws like civil asset forfeiture and shit. What is that? That's taking your shit without compensation. That's the word I was looking for, compensation.
It's a
You
violation.
work and they want compensation for you working. What the hell's that? You know,
Right.
bullshit.
And then compensation for using.
And then feed us full of trash that we don't need, and they call it education. Bullshit. It's all crap.
So did you hear about this about 3 hours ago? This had happened in Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, I hadn't
And
heard
this
that.
gets good too, because I think it was not a nothing burger. I really do. It says reports of shots fired at or inside Opry Mills Mall causing mass panic. This is in Nashville, Tennessee. Let me bring this up.
Was that a military job? They
Well,
are acting on our streets, so every time something like that comes up, I have to ask the question.
So it said currently numerous law enforcement and other agencies are on the scene at Opry Mills Mall in Nashville, Tennessee, following reports of shots being fired. Swarms of people can be seen running for their lives out of the mall. The mall is currently on lockdown following the unconfirmed shots as authorities search for a possible active shooter. Police are urging everyone to avoid the area at this time. And there's like a little 17-minute thing here. We can watch it for a minute. See what they say here. You see all the people panicking. There's multiple law enforcement and first responders. Look at this. Look at this. Fire trucks, ambulances, everything that they have right now.
And you know what's really
That
funny?
would be the time that would be the time to go do some crime, man. Because
Right.
while everybody's busy down there at this fucking thing, right?
That's what I've always said.
So it says, then they had an update here. It said there are currently a significant police presence at Opry Mills Shopping Mall in Nashville, Tennessee, in response to a potential shooter. People can be seen evacuating the mall as dispatch initially reported officers responding to a call of shots fired. However, officers at the scene stated they could not find anything suspicious. A fight occurred at the movie theater, but no injuries were reported and no evidence of a shooting or gunshots was found. So here's what got it going. This is, I guess, what got them called there. There's no sound, I guess. So it was a fight.
Well, they have
Somebody
to
said
stage their
shots
fear.
fired. Holy cow, man. Well, that's all it was just some guys squabbling and fighting, and then but think about that.
Now, see, that's the bullshit right there, where you got a whole bunch ganging up on one. You know, if those were men, they'd step back, and the two that had the disagreement would deal with it, and the others would stand back, not get involved. Look, so just like the fucking government, you know, they beat one man down till he can't get up, right?
But think about that.
Those people. Now they got people on the streets acting that way.
Did you see all of the fucking people that were there? I mean, all the rescue people and shit that were there for this? Oh, there was like every fire truck in Nashville, it looked like, You know, cops every fucking place. And here's the statement by the Nashville PD. This is great. A teen fight at the Haagen-Dazs store in Opry Mills caused metal chairs to hit the tile floor, causing persons to mistake the noise for gunfire. Wow. No. Metal chairs hitting a tile floor sound nothing like gunfire at all.
I guess that depends on how far away you are.
Metro Nashville PD called. Mall has been cleared of patrons. No evidence of gunfire whatsoever. Mall has reopened. No impact to the movie theater. So, and then it says 3 teens, 2 16, 1 14 have been arrested for disorderly conduct and are being transported to juvenile detention.
That's so much bullshit. Let the boys get out their issues and move on.
Wow. So that was their whole, and they had every gosh dang thing out there in Nashville on this. That's insane. That's insane.
But, you know, even if there was a shooter, did you see all them people running from the scene of the crime and nobody was stopping them? Come on. Used to you yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't buy the show anymore. It's the same shit, different day.
Daniel, you are absolutely right. In fact, while I was covering that, in the middle of it, this YouTube platform stopped my stream, but and took down the video, but the entire thing is still up on my Rumble channel, which is listed in the crawl that's going at the bottom of the screen right now. So if you want to see a breakdown of that, go ahead and go over there and take a look. I found all of the fucking inconsistencies. So, and if you find more, leave them in the comments. I'd love to hear it.
Or whoever, they don't have any business telling me what I can or cannot think, or what I can or cannot have an opinion about. Right? They wouldn't like it if somebody shut their mouth on their opinions.
You remember this show? This thing, I loved this show. I thought it was funnier than hell. Malcolm in the Middle. I didn't catch it till after. Oh my God. Yeah. Bryan Cranston. The family, it's just like, it's more, I don't know. It's really funny. The whole thing, the way these kids act and shit. They all have really kind of fucked up personalities, but.
Son, you know, once you start, there's no going back.
Who are they?
I know. This means total commitment. Once you begin the path, there is no leaving the path. Are you sure you're ready for that? I mean, really ready?
I guess so.
Neat. We'll start tomorrow.
That's what we do here. We're trying to find out who are they. Who are they? The Great Council of They. What in the world is going on here? The Great Council of They. Who do you think they are, Dreamy?
I think it's the ones that own the top corporations.
But I wonder who, I mean...
Not the CEOs, I'm talking about the owners themselves, because there are only a few owners and they own multiple corporations and they control them all, and that includes the banks.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm like, I'd like to see a person, because you know, when I looked at the picture of the guy who's the CEO,
if you want to see who's behind the curtain, you have to go watch Wizard of Oz.
No, I'm saying, who, you know, like the guy who's the head of BlackRock. He's like, he just looks like some kind of nerdy geek, you know. And those are the motherfuckers. There's a reason we were putting their heads in the toilet. There was a reason, because they're little diabolical sons of bitches. Bill Gates, he's one. And there's a lot of shit coming out about him again, about the Epstein Island and everything too, because now there's a picture has surfaced of him with one of the Epstein girl victims has come out. And I'm like, oh, so how does anybody take this guy serious, man? Why would anybody even listen to him? It's got to be he pays them. He's got to pay them.
Well,
that would be the only fucking way. I mean, that's, the only way. Hey, you know what we need? We need like a little music to go on here. We can have, what kind of music do we like, Dreamy? What do we like? Let's see what's this.
I like stuff like the Eagles.
Well, I can only play like copyright free shit.
Right. They probably copyright.
Yeah, see, I got copyright free stuff like this. It's just ambient music in the background.
That's
I got
cool.
this
What I can't deal with is screaming loud stuff or everything else pretty much I've listened to. That headbanging stuff, I ain't into that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Rock. Classical, even some classical. I love orchestra music.
Oh my God, look at it. I got these guys are raging on me over here on Twitter. Holy shit.
But no, I would think that they are the ones that people are giving all their energy to. And some think it's the corporation they call their government and their representatives. Or maybe it's just the people up on stage, or their favorite movie stars, that kind of thing. It's always putting your energy into somebody else and not yourself. Therefore, you don't have the energy to do for yourself what you really need to do. And those people tend to know and try to tell people, listen to the music a lot of times. It's very political.
Oh, yeah.
And people go, oh, that person's on drugs, that person's this, that person's that, without even knowing. You know what I mean?
Right? Yeah, well, it's a lot of people just say shit, I mean, they do. They just say shit and they expect that you're gonna just go along with it,
Well,
because
here's your little tidbit.
They say if you don't believe me, you can just ask the guy. They're quoting somebody that said something, and then they'll invoke their name, and it's supposed to go, oh,
Right.
seeing as how NDT said it, or fucking Trump said it, or this other person said it. Fuck them. What they say,
Right.
Why is that supposed to carry any kind of merit?
Well, it's
if a crackhead is saying the ABCs and he says them right, do you just disregard that they said them right because of they were a crackhead? I mean, you can't go by the reputation or something that's been placed on someone. You
Right.
take the information, digest it, and see if it makes sense. See if it holds water. See if it actually carries any kind of weight or gravitas.
Right.
Right.
Well,
They don't.
I mean, I've known a lot of people that have done some crazy things, and I happen to know the drummer from Triumph, and they were told, they were young. They were told, oh, you'll never be able to make an album. You'll never go big, and this and that. They're like, we don't really want to go big. We just enjoy playing, and they were so much. That's why they did the album they did. And then basically they went on a tour and then they were done to prove their naysayers wrong. But a lot of people, I hear stuff people say about them, and I'm like, you don't even know anybody. So how can you sit there and say what you're saying? It's not even true.
What's this about Triumph? I like Triumph.
Yeah, I know.
That was a good band.
Yeah, they were, but they were very short-lived because that's not what they wanted to do.
Mm-mm.
The drummer, that's the guy I know. He is an amazing tattoo artist. I don't have any tattoos. Probably will never, ever have any, but he can do very dainty ones for like women and stuff like that. I've seen some of his work and it's just amazing. But
I love that "Fight the Good Fight." I like that song, man.
yeah.
I remember.
But you know, people put so much energy instead of getting to know the person themselves. They'll put way too much energy and be too hyped up on, oh my gosh, it's the star, and he looked at me and he talked to me. You know, they're just people.
Right.
They have some amazing stories just simply because of the experiences that they have, you know, going from place to place. They're
Yep.
really actually, some of them really cool, and some of them are nasty rotten. I knew Billy before he ever became Axl Rose, and he's an asshole. I don't care. I refuse to buy any of his music because
Now, how
I
did you
knew
know?
him.
Now, how did you know him from?
His cousin and I were dating there in Texas when I was 16, and he showed up at his cousin's house. I didn't know who he was at that time. Introduced me as Billy. I think his real name's William, but we call him Billy anyways. And he grabbed a hold of me, sitting on the porch, and jerked me in his lap and told me I was going to be his girlfriend. And I told him, fuck you. Smacked him upside the head. Got he went back over and sat down to where I was going to sit.
Holy
Which
shit.
was next to his cousin who I was dating. But yeah, he was a jerk. And when he was up on the stage, you know, cussing and got in trouble for all that, remember that? Was
Yeah.
that the Emmys or Grammys or whatever the hell those were?
Yeah.
I'm like, yep, there's the asshole still being an asshole like usual.
He's all fucked up, fat looking and shit now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was a jerk and a half.
Let's see if I can find. Oh, we were gonna cover the Sanpeku eyes.
But nobody should go by what I'm saying. Other people might get along with that kind of personality. I just don't. You know what I mean? You must have muted.
No, I'm still here. I'm just
okay.
Bringing this thing up. This is pretty interesting. These are some good examples of it too. So there's this thing called somebody sent me earlier this week. I think it was Renee sent me this thing about Sanpeku eyes. Okay. And just to give you an example of what it looks like. Oops,
Sanpeku eyes? What's that mean?
Yeah. We're gonna go into it. Hold on, I gotta get the right screen up. Hang on, here we go. Okay, so this is what it is. See if you can see a commonality as to what's going on with these eyes. Okay, and even in this character here, down here in this guy. Okay, what it says about it, I'll bring one up bigger so you can. Oh, it goes over to another tab. Damn it. Anyway, the Wikipedia thing says that the Sanpeku gan, or Sanpeku, is a Japanese term meaning three whites. It was introduced into English by George Asawa in the mid-1960s. It is generally referred to in English as Sanpeku eyes and refers to eyes in which either the white space above or below the iris is revealed. The medical condition in which sclera can be seen below the iris is called lower scleral show or inferior scleral show. According to traditional Chinese and Japanese face reading, when the white part of the eye, known as the sclera, is visible beneath the iris, it represents physical imbalance in the body and is claimed to be present in alcoholics, drug addicts, and people who overconsume sugar or grain. Should I increase the size of this? I probably should. Let's see, control. Make sure I'm on that page. There. Okay, no, we're not giving you money. Okay. Invisible and said to be an indication of mental imbalance in people such as psychotics. Conversely, when the upper sclera is visible, it is said to be an indication of mental imbalance in people such as psychotics, murderers, and anyone rageful. In either condition, it is believed that these people attract accidents and violence. In August 1963, George Osawa, an advocate for macrobiotics, predicted that President John F. Kennedy would experience great danger because of his Sampico condition. In 1965, Osawa, assisted by William Duffy, wrote "You Are All Sanpeku," which refers the following perspective on the condition. It says, for thousands of years, people of the Far East have been looking into each other's eyes for signs of this dreadful condition. Any sign of Sanpeku meant that a man's entire system, physical, physiological, and spiritual, was out of balance. He had committed sins against the order of the universe, and he was therefore sick, unhappy, insane, what the West has come to call accident prone. The condition of Sanpeku is a warning sign from nature that one's life is threatened by an early and tragic end. According to Osawa, this condition could be treated by macrobiotic diet, emphasizing brown rice and soybean.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. They just want to sell brown rice and soybeans. They don't care about the person. Serious. It's always about the fucking shopping shit. They try to sell you every freaking thing.
Yeah, they didn't get specific into it.
Well, here, have a
soybean. I think it was
It's
more on the actual what the condition is supposed to represent. His claim is that it can be cured through macrobiotics with brown rice, but as far as the history of it is concerned, and this goes back traditional Chinese and Japanese face reading. That's where I'm looking at it. Let's see what face reading. Physiognomy or face reading is the practice of assessing a person's character or personality from their outer appearance, especially the face. The term can also refer to the general appearance of a person, objects, or terrain without reference to its implied characteristics. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, so do these people look like their family members? Do their family members have these kind of eyes?
I've heard it more often referred to as Betty Davis eyes in the where it's underneath. Let's see, that's the one. Let's see. When the white part of the eye, known as the sclera, beneath the iris, it represents physical imbalance in the body. It is claimed to be present in alcoholics, drug addicts, and people who overconsume sugar or grain. And then when it's the upper part, and then the color of the eyes down here on the bottom, and it's white above the eye.
So they're saying people aren't born that way. It becomes
the condition. Yeah, the natural state of the eye is for the iris to touch both lids.
Right.
Okay, and white only on the left and the right of the eye. Whereas in the one where they're like possessed and shit, it's white above and on the sides.
I've seen people with big eyes.
What's that?
I've seen people with big buggy eyes.
Yeah, well, that's another one. Wow, what do you got going on there?
Somebody in their family is usually the same way. So I just figured, they're born that way.
Or maybe they're Nephilim or something.
Yeah, or Martians.
We can't rule that out. We can't rule those things out.
I'm not going to rule out that there aren't Martians, little green men running around the United States wearing people clothes.
But, I think also, too, part of that is, part of that imbalance, too, a lot of it, I believe, is spiritual. And, yeah, you can probably, through a healthier diet and decreasing your sugar intake, most definitely is going to be make you feel better. But I think also once you start to cure the spirit, get in touch with your higher consciousness, and I'm telling you, man, when you do this with what I've said, taking in that sunlight,
that background's crazy.
Stop shunning it all the time. Everybody's shunning it. Everybody about 20 years ago was fucking losing their mind about skin cancer. Because of the sun, oh my God, we're gonna die. The sun's gonna kill us. And it's like the sun's what gives us life. There again, in the inverted Luciferian way.
When the sun burns the skin and everything, and it dies, you can peel off your skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing sinks in. Your skin just dead. That's all that happens. But when you put all that, when you put all that lotion with all those chemicals in it, that soaks in, and that's what causes the cancer.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. We
That's
gotta be
what
careful.
I'm just repeating what
We're not
a
making. Hold on, Dreamy. We're
It
not
was a
making it.
cancer doctor who was in the news in Florida who said that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But we're not making any claims. Thank you.
Well,
We gotta
I'm
be
not
careful.
claiming.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just repeating. I'm being
Yeah,
a
but they
monkey.
got me for that too. They got me for that too. I showed a doctor saying some shit, and he's, oh, that's medical misinformation. It doesn't go along with a party line. You mean? That's what the fuck you're actually saying. These assholes.
Well,
people.
don't tell them that they're in Washington talking behind their back saying they're censoring everybody. You know, don't let them know that Washington, D.C. representatives in Congress are talking about their censorship crap and they're spying. Don't tell them any of that. We wouldn't want them to get upset and have their little feelings hurt.
Well, it says here that John Lennon mentioned Sanpeku in his song, I'm Sorry, from the 1973 album Mind Games. It was also briefly referenced in William Gibson's novel Neuromancer, as well as in Michael Franks' 1979 song by the title Sanpeku. So it's been around for a while.
Right.
But that's I've heard it called Betty Davis eyes.
Right.
You know. Okay, Don Knotts had that. There's another popular comedian, a British comedian, you might remember, Marty Feldman. And he had that same condition, as did Barbara Bush. But so I don't know, she looked exactly like Aleister Crowley, so who knows, right? But getting yourself in balance and shit, there's some minerals, and I think the fact that when you sunburn, you're not supposed to burn. I think that would suggest I think that would suggest some kind of like a nutritional imbalance. Because there's some people, they don't burn, they just tan. But then you got other people that they will fucking fry right out. And I wonder if it's something nutritional.
I'm so white, I get out there, I turn into a lobster very quickly. I've had some terrible sunburns in my lifetime. I don't wish them on anyone. Now my sisters, my children. Well, my son, he sunburns the worst, but he's like me. Mm-hmm. And also there's always one blonde in our family, including mine, which is kind of strange. Everyone else seems to do just fine.
Sammy Davis.
And then we have one that's born blonde hair, blue eyes, and very, very, very pale skin. And that was me and my family. Oh. So I don't know if it's a, deficiency or not. We're all from the same family.
That's because they're Nephilim. JM said that a lot of redheads get sunburns because they're Nephilim. They got Nephilim in them.
Yeah, my great aunt, she was the only redhead. My son was born with red hair, but it turned blonde after it fell out.
Chicago's Cubby Bear says Sammy Davis eyes. I'm like, don't you mean Sammy Davis eye? Singular. But this is another thing too with the copper. And I think some people that come into the chat here, they do the copper shit in their gardens. Have you seen where people are doing that?
Oh yeah, I've seen some of that.
Coming out with some pretty good produce and shit, but it's beneficial to us too. Listen, copper is really crazy. I got a piece of copper pipe around somewhere. I'll have to get it out for another show. I got a piece of copper pipe and some neodymium magnets. And if you drop that neodymium magnet down through that copper pipe, it doesn't just go through. It floats. It floats down through. And as soon as it comes out the other end of the pipe, it just goes choop and drops at free fall speed. Copper, and yet copper is not attracted to the magnet. When cooks, chefs, your top chefs that make meringue, they'll only use a copper bowl because it's the only way you can get the meringue to set properly. And it's because of the electromagnetic field it's used. They whip it in a vortex. They whip the shit in a vortex, And what exactly is a copper bowl, but nothing more than a tube with a conclusion, right? That's basically what a bowl is. And a cup, the same thing. It's a tube with a conclusion. So there's an electromagnetic field in there. And this is kind of interesting. Watch it.
Drinking out of copper creates electrical conductivity in your water. You're an electrical being. So if you don't have electrically conductive water, you have no more conductivity in your body. That's why everybody used to have copper pipes in their home. That was helping to keep the electrical conductivity going in the body. Think of all the people who had copper pipes. They had no gray hair. They had a great memory. They lived to 90. They maybe lived to 100 having copper pipes. Then all of a sudden they start bringing in all the plastic, DuPont plastic pipes, PVC pipes, which leak vinyl chloride. And where have we heard that one before? Remember when all those train spills were happening? What were they leaking? Vinyl chloride up into the air? Because they create PVC pipes. You see how there's a flip? You get rid of the copper, which is beneficial to the body. It also helps electrically charge the body. And you switch it to plastic, which plastic doesn't do anything for conductivity. And it blocks the ether or the energy that's transferring the entire time. So why do they tell you now that they want you to get rid of your copper pipes or register them? I actually saw that on the news too. They said they wanted everybody to register their copper pipes.
What?
These copper pipes also block radio frequencies, which would protect your water. But drinking out of plastic results in all those PFAs and hormones and toxins and everything going up inside the body. And then it sits in every water molecule of the body.
There you go, man. I'm going to get my copper mug back out. I was using a copper mug a lot. And then I don't know, I stopped using it. I don't know why. And I should get back into it. Probably because you can't drink coffee out of it. That's what it probably was. But anyway, I'm going to start using that again. Maybe stir it. Get a vortex.
They also attribute people that get enough copper in their diet to have very dark hair much longer
Drinking
in
out of
life.
copper creates a...
Oh, sorry.
So, I do think there are minerals and this and that, but we know they keep changing things up. One day it's this, it's bad for you. The next day it's good. Look what they did to potatoes and eggs.
There you go, Angela. Links in the chat.
The year that they claimed potatoes were bad for you.
Oh my God, I know.
And the government, they forced farmers to dump them by the ton and bury them in the ground by the tons.
I don't understand. Well, let's think about this, man.
But most people in America said, fuck you, and we're not giving up fries.
Eggs.
Right? Well, eggs, yeah, they did the same thing. They said they were bad cholesterol. Then later they said, oh, we're sorry, we made a mistake. It's good cholesterol.
Right. And then they get you eating just the whites. And it's like, no.
I never listened to them.
I'm like, no, what are you talking about? In fact, I don't know. Are they supposed to be good for you or bad for you now? I don't know.
When you live on a farm, you have eggs for every breakfast. It doesn't matter if you throw pancakes in with it, oatmeal, or whatever else you want to put on the table.
I had an emu egg.
There's always eggs available, period.
I've eaten an emu egg before. I didn't eat the whole egg. It's a lot of egg. I only ate part of it. But they scrambled it. I mean, you try to fry something like that, forget it, man. But I mean,
yeah,
that's a lot of eggs.
It's
got more of a, I don't know, it's got kind of a different tint to it than like chicken eggs do. It's almost like got a greenish yellow tint. But
I never seen one. I mean, not a real one.
About that big.
Yeah, I've seen the empty shells, just never,
If you listen though, after they've been fertilized and shit, and there's a little chick inside, you can hear them. They're in there. Right. They like make a noise. They go, rick, rick, rick. You can hear them inside there. And then what happens is they've got a little spur on the back of their neck, and that's what they use to break out of the shell. And that later comes
like the
out.
Chicken. They got one on the
yeah, just like that. But the wild thing about the eggshells are this: they're like blue, right? They're like a blue on the outside. But if you go into them, like at certain depths, it's all these different colors, and people use that shells to make artwork and shit. It's
Yes.
really pretty.
Yeah, they sell them here. Somebody has emus and they sell their eggs.
It's good shit, man. But those emus, shit, my son, he came down here to visit me, Ryan, when he was 9. And I took him to visit an emu farm right near here. I knew the people that had the emus. And it was really cool. But the thing was, is that if you squat down, if you're shorter than they are, they will try to overrun you. They will be aggressive toward you. But if you're taller, then, because like I bent down to tie my shoe and they all started coming and converging in on me. But as soon as I stood up, they all started backing away. Well, Ryan was shorter than them, and everywhere he went, those fucking things were following him everywhere. They were following him everywhere, trying to like nip at him, not trying to hurt him, just fucking with him. Poor kid. He was chunky back then too. Oh, so yeah, I told you
that background drive you nuts when it's. What? I said, doesn't that background drive you nuts when it's coming right at you?
That right there, no, that's we're going at warp speed, baby, warp speed.
It starts to give me a headache after a bit. I just wondered if you really liked it.
I'll change it. I can change it.
Well, you know, and it is true. I mean, I've gotten headaches from animation, you know, but it also can cause seizures. Had a friend that he ended up having a seizure just from looking at the TV. There was I guess he said that he saw a line on the edge of it shimmering. I didn't see it until he said it, but he said he was getting sick, so he couldn't watch it. And then a few seconds later, he's on the floor in full-blown seizure. It was sad to see.
Man. Yeah, I don't want to do. I got like somebody asked me because I got a 12-gauge shotgun, and one of the things I have on it is a strobe, right? And somebody was like, "What's a strobe for?" And I says, "So you don't have to shoot him. It throws him into an epileptic fit."
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is only 9 seconds, but this is fucking nuts. Watch this. I'm seeing more and more of that shit all the time, man. Birds just stationary in the air. Airplanes just there, not going anywhere, just like frozen in the fucking air. Seeing this shit all over the place, man. And I don't think it's funny.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. They had a jet taken off from our airport here the other day.
You got airport? Which airport are you near?
I'm near the Pasco Airport in Washington. It's not a very big one. I mean, it has some, you know, not international flights, I don't think, but you know, take you where you need to go. But yeah, it was pretty. I mean, it was just at the same. You know how most planes they take off, they go up, right?
Yeah.
Slowly, they go up at an incline.
Right.
Not this one. He was up in the air, but it was going super fast. It was military, but I was like, wow, how did he take off? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I watch him take off. There's no way he should have been where he was at, because, you know,
I watched this
going by a normal commercial plane, but that was a jet. He was, and then just going, you know, level with everything and not going up at an incline. It's like, that's crazy. It just caught my attention because it was different. You know what I mean? It wasn't a normal takeoff type of a deal.
I saw a C-5 Galaxy take off from airstrip there at China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. You could see that runway right from the road. And I was watching that thing and I was like, how in the fuck is that thing even staying up in the air? Because it went up fast at a real heavy angle like that, but then it was doing this really slow climb in a circle, and it was like so slow that I was like, how is that fucking thing even staying in the air? It was
Right.
really blowing my mind, man. I don't know what they were doing.
Well, I love watching the Blue Angels. They used to come through here every year, every summer with the boat races.
Yeah.
But the last couple of years, it's kind of been a skeleton crew. I don't think it's necessarily the same group. If so, they're not flying much, only like one or two planes. And then we have a local pilot that's a small plane, and he does formations with them. It's really kind of cute. They used to be all 5 planes, used to offer rides. I kept wanting to get one, man.
Yeah.
I want to go up in one of those. That's especially
Well,
when
maybe
they're
you'll get a
doing
chance.
flips and dives and rolls. I mean, that is the most incredible feeling in the whole world. A dive from, I was in a small, it was my dad's friend had a Cessna.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister was screaming her head off. She wanted out, and I'm like, do it again. After a free fall dive.
So,
but yeah, you can go straight up and keep going up until you go completely flip over and then dive to the ground. But when you get close so far from the ground, then you have to pull up, of course.
Oh, yeah,
so
of course.
Nose dive. But there is that free falling feeling makes you feel like you're not even in your body. It is a
that's the
feeling.
same thing you get on one of those mega roller coasters, man.
That's why when they start talking about these G forces and different shit, you can't live past a certain point. Your body, you
You're
can't.
right.
You just can't. So that's all bullshit to me. Like their rocket ships and stuff. I'm sorry, but I don't buy it.
You're right. I don't either.
Because, they're telling people that, people are living in a condition where there's absolutely no way to live.
So Barbara says she's seen videos of rainbow contrails and rainbow clouds. I've seen some of those too. I'm looking to see if those are actually legit or if somebody's just using some kind of weird ass filter. You got to be careful. There's people all the time, and I don't know what kind of satisfaction they get from it, but like to put out shit and, oh, look, this is real. And it's like, why are you wanting to even perpetrate something stupid like that? Just
like the shadow clouds. Yeah, that was not. I don't buy those. Videos
I
at
have to
all.
say I've seen them.
Now,
I've seen them myself.
Well, if you've seen them yourself, I see them spray all the time. I see them. Some of them turn dark, but they don't turn into shadows.
Oh, I saw one that actually casting a shadow up. It was crazy, man. It was a dark line. It was a dark line going perfectly straight, and it was following along a white line, but the dark line was above the white line. It was like a shadow of that line.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, how is there a shadow on the fucking sky? It didn't make any sense to me. I got a video. I have to dig the video.
Well, I know that they have not just have the really white ones, they also spray and you'll get the dark ones as well. I think it's just a different chemical.
Now they're right out in the open with it. They're saying, oh yeah, we have to do that because we're trying to stop global warming or whatever fucking shit.
They've been saying that though. It's all on their
Here's
website.
what they look. Here's another way they're tracking on people.
Imagine you get a letter in the mail saying that if you don't answer all the questions in the survey, that you're going to be punished by law. Now imagine some of the questions are things like, how much money do you have? How much petty cash do you have lying around? Do you have a smartphone or tablet lying around? What time do you leave for work and how long is your home vacant for? And what routes do you take to get to work? Do you have any TVs or anything else of value? And it sounds rather invasive and probably like a scam, so you'd probably choose not to fill out the survey, right?
Your response is required by law.
We want to know about our area, our house, the different rooms that are in the house,
They started asking personal questions like finances, and that's when I stopped filling it out because I thought maybe it was a scam.
But when you open it and start reading some of the questions, you ask yourself, is this for real?
If they don't get you to fill it out with the empty threats of legal action, fines, and jail time, they will wear you down because they will call you hundreds of thousands of times, all hours of the day and night. They will show up at your job. They will show up at your home every single day, multiple times a day. And I am not exaggerating.
We're not comfortable with any of it because it's really invasive. 28 pages of incredibly invasive stuff.
My story with the American Community Survey goes back like almost 10 years. And when I tell you there's something that is very not random about this, because they have found me at every single address I've lived at. US Census Bureau states that they pick a random household, like every 3.5 million. One of my questions was, well, why me? And they said, well, it's not about the person, it's about the property. Why have you found me at 3 different properties? If it's just about the property, the odds of that are like 0.1 in a million. It's like so improbable. They would tell me things about myself, almost an intimidation tactic, like, oh, did you have fun on your trip to Europe? Oh, I like the color you painted the living room. And the scariest experience I ever had with the American Community Survey workers was one time one of them let themselves into my home. And at that point, the harassment had gotten so bad, I was being blocked into my own driveway before work sometimes, that I actually ended up getting the police involved. And at first they were like, this is totally fake. This has got to be a scam. But eventually they were like, oh my gosh, this is a real thing. And because they're a bureaucracy, they kind of have like no jurisdiction over them and they can kind of do whatever they want, kind of like the post office. I started talking to others around the country who have also been harassed by the Census Bureau regarding the American Community Survey, because I wanted to find what the common thread was between all of us, which led me to this document, which was kind of the first incarnation of the American Community Survey. The way they choose people is with the 3 Ds: defective, dependent, and delinquent. Defective being someone like me, that is an old, outdated, offensive term for people with a disability. Dependent, which is also someone like me, somebody who relies on government assistance or Medicare, Medicaid.
He's got
and
them weird
delinquent,
eyes you were talking
people
about.
who have a
Yeah.
criminal history. The one and only way I got these people to leave me alone after moving 4 times and years of harassment was one time I told them that they were being recorded because I was making a documentary about the American Community Survey. And I never heard from them again. They drive you so crazy that you start to sound crazy, like a crazy conspiracy theorist, and like the government is after me. And they choose so few households that the chances that you're going to run into somebody else who has been a victim of the American Community Survey is so rare that you end up just looking crazy. But what do you all think the actual purpose of this is? Do you think it's some sort of compliance test because it's clear they already have all the information they're asking for? Would you be comfortable answering these questions? Let me know in the comments.
Oh, that's so funny, because I remember that when they came out with that long form BS, you know, and I happened to be on that list. And when they got to my house, the lady was so upset because I gave her information. I would not let her in my house. I told her that there was 1 adult, 4 children. That's it, living in my house. I wouldn't tell her how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms. You know, if I needed help taking a bath. I mean, they had some really stupid ass questions, and I told her, don't ask. I said, you know, it's none of your business.
Yep.
And she says, well, I really need these questions answered. I said, well, you're going to have to ask somebody else. You ain't getting it from me.
Look, man.
She was so angry when she left my house. She was as red as the shirt she was wearing. But she said you can get in trouble. They can charge you $100 and whatever for not participating or something. I said, so fucking what? I ain't paying them either.
No, we had the census people come by here because I don't do the census.
Me neither.
And they said, well, you haven't filled out the census. And I said, I know that. You know, what? So what? You know, they goes, well, this is important so that, you know, we know what kind of money to give to these different places and shit. And I goes, well, see, I don't agree that the government should be giving anybody any money or taking anybody's fucking money.
It's the biggest money laundering scam on the planet. That's
I'm
all
like,
it is a money laundering
sure.
scam.
So I was like, you know, so anyway, I'm not going to do that. And they go, and I don't think any of the shit that you ask is any of your fucking business. So
right.
Later. I'm not going to do it. You know, I'm sorry.
probably
That's
didn't like
intrusive,
you.
and I don't even give a shit what you're going to reappropriate money that you stole from me in the first fucking place, and you want my help with that? Kiss my ass. I'm not doing that. That's retarded. You know?
With the amount of money they take, there shouldn't be a houseless or hungry person anywhere. And if it mattered that people really had jobs and paid taxes, do you really think they would be closing down businesses left and right?
Look at
California. I was watching today. Los Angeles is now on the list of businesses just shutting down and locking their doors. And with their new law, their business of $20 an hour now, it's their new thing. A bunch of businesses laid off employees, including pizza delivery places, laid off their delivery services.
Yeah. Chilling says that red hair in Scotland is classed as mental. It should be a crime. Fuckers are crazy. My great grandfather, one of them on my dad's side.
Leave it.
They say he came from over there and he had fire engine red hair, not orange, red, actually fucking red.
No.
And he lived about a good 60 miles, maybe more, a little more. That's where his farm was from Detroit. And he had taken his stuff to the farmer's market in Detroit to sell. And while he was there, he was in a brothel. And he got into a political argument with some guys, and he ended up leaving. And he got about halfway home, and he turned around and went back to finish the argument. Well, it ended up in a big fight, and they threw him out of a fucking window and killed him. So,
damn.
Yeah. That's you know, we can't always got to have the last word, and I come by it honest. That's for real. This is kind of cool. This is right up your alley, Dreamy.
A school's purpose wasn't to enlighten anybody or to make them into a critical thinker. Schools existed only to train people for jobs, dulling their ability for critical thinking in the process, so that they could readily accept authority and mindless routine. A school's purpose.
Right?
Exactly.
Everybody got it now. Don't talk politics in a brothel. Right? There you go. There you go. There you go.
That's true. It's not to teach us anything.
It isn't.
Otherwise, they wouldn't stay on the same mind-numbing subjects day in and day out. You have to be really super retarded to be able to stand there and deal with that. Even as a kid, I could not deal with that. It has nothing to do with authority. I could care less about somebody else's authority.
Right.
But what matters to me is, do they have a freaking brain? You know? I call it brain food. I need brain food. I can't be stuck on the same thing repeated day in and day out. It starts to drive me insane.
Well, as I watch, like I like to watch some of these cop watch videos, right?
Yeah.
And over the years, as I've watched them, I'm seeing a dumber and dumber class of police.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and now to the point where they just look like gang dudes that are wearing fucking uniforms. They're all tatted up and shit, you know.
Right.
And this was on purpose. Okay. A lot of this is on purpose. First off, nobody wants to join that profession any longer just because of the fact that nobody likes them, man. You know, what a way. There's two ways you can have your friends and family abandon you: become a flat earther or a cop. I would prefer the previous.
Well,
myself.
I'll tell you what I see, and what I've seen and known all my life is there are two sets of rules.
Oh God, yeah.
And I mean, this goes back into my early teens as well. It's who you know, who you're related to. That's where, because when you see them videos and they're out there, and you see a police kid or a police officer's spouse or somebody in their family be attacked by others and use of force cases and stuff, those cops tend to lose their jobs. Unlike with other people where they keep their job and get paid vacations.
Yeah, no shit.
They don't just get let off the hook so easy. And then also you have to think about the training changed when they became federalized by becoming part of the United States military.
Well, that in the
they were hired by the city. They lived in the city, so it was their own community. And then whenever the Patriot Act came out, they bribed them with all this military stuff that they could get cheap, you know, and as hand-me-downs. And then I just saw a whole complete flip. And then when the Jade Helm 15 bullshit came out, we started seeing all these crazy things that don't look real, such as these education center annihilations, you know, by some crazy person. And then you have evidence that doesn't match up and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
it's what they
the
did
other
is
thing is you don't see any, you don't tend to see an outcome. Look at all these police videos we watch. There are some that are never solved or never come to light after the initial viewing of them.
Well, that's nothing new.
Right. That's why I say I have to be really scrupulous and say that not all of it is what we think we're seeing.
Well, what they did too was they purposely put out memos shortly after 2001 to the HR departments of law enforcement. And they also created a new law enforcement group called TSA and the Homeland Security.
Right.
It just popped up, right? But then there's this memo was that to focus more not on the higher IQ applicants, but on the ones that are more of a conforming nature. So they don't ask questions.
Right.
So consequently, when we run across police officers that don't know the difference between public and private property, they don't know the most basic shit. It's because they're just passed through. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel for police officers right now. They really are. And the same thing with the military. They're having to scrape the bottom of the barrel. They're having to reduce their qualification guidelines.
Look, they're told when they go through those depositions, they're told what to say before they ever get there, because in a deposition, you write down all the questions you want to ask the other party, and then they get that before they go into the deposition. They get that list of questions. They get to look over those before they ever get there. They have their lawyer and whoever else sitting there telling them, okay, on this one, you answer this way. This question, you answer that way. You say, I don't know, or no, I didn't know. And, you know, they never answer straightforward questions.
No, I've watched some depositions here recently of these people. And, and it's amazing. They still can't fucking answer. They'll try to play stupid.
They can't answer, Sovereign, is what I'm saying. They cannot answer any other way than they are ordered to answer. It's set up. It's just a script that everybody's reading, and everyone knows what's going to be said and done before it's done. And this bull crap of these, you want a trial by jury instead of a jury trial, or you get a jury trial versus a trial by jury. If you go back into before all the supposed slave days, the alleged slave days, if a master wanted his slave returned, a free man wanted a slave return, he could say dead or alive. It didn't
Mhm.
matter, right? But ultimately, the only one that could put their hands on that person and harm them is the master himself. And police officers, the word officer comes from the word overseer, the two words overseer. So they've just transferred it. And the slaves out here are so happy to vote for their next slave master.
It's
And
the
that
Jones
so
plantation.
irritates me. I wish people freaking listen sometimes. It's so infuriating that you talk about stupid cops. There's stupid
Yeah, man.
people on
Oh
every
my God, yeah.
corner.
Yeah. They don't
Hey,
even know.
we're voting our next slave master. Who are you voting for? Oh my, you shouldn't vote for him. You know, what's the difference? They don't give a shit about anyone.
Well,
Nobody.
no, that's where they got you under the illusion. It's just a way to get your consent. And even if you don't get the guy you voted for, you still gave your consent by participating, right?
Right.
It's ludicrous. People do this day in and day out, and they think that something's going to change. I've been watching these fools go back and forth with this nonsense ever since I was a little kid.
Yep.
Ain't nothing got better. Yeah, it's changed. Oh yeah, it's changed. All right. It's become a steaming pile of shit, worse than it
Police
was.
officers, court clerks, judges, lawyers, and court personnel, if they're all officers of the court, where's the separation in any of that power?
There isn't
There
none.
is none. They're all
And look,
conspired, and the
it's
judge
not-
is supposed to not to they can be biased. They are not to appear biased, but there are bias whenever they sit there and they've got their goon squad out on the street
Mhm.
arresting people for stupid shit like flipping somebody off.
Well, here's
I mean, if
what-
they're that thin-skinned, excuse me, they shouldn't be
Did you,
there. But the
did you see
judge
that-
is okay with it because he's getting kickbacks from it. It's a big money scheme.
Did you see the recent video? A couple of people have covered it. I think it was down in Kentucky. I'm wanting to say. These cops in an unmarked car, they're riding down the road and
Oh,
they
yep.
would throw drinks out the window at fucking people that were walking down the road and shit.
Yeah.
This is the bottom of the barrel people that they're getting to fulfill these jobs now.
I think it was up here in Washington, the cop that ran over that lady and then said, I think it was in Seattle or Tacoma, somewhere up there. I think, I can't remember for sure, so don't quote me, but I think it was in that area. And the cop just laughed and said, well, she wouldn't have been useful or whatever. Like her life didn't matter.
She wasn't valuable anyhow or some shit.
Yeah,
I heard
something
that.
like that. I mean, it was really disgusting and then laughing about it.
Yeah.
Come on. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, but when they flip the script and everything, what people still don't get right now is the state codes are for those that get licenses. So if you get a license, you've contracted with them. But if you stay private, don't contract with them. They
Right.
can't hold you to that. When you get a business license, all these police departments have business license. You can go on the Secretary of State, look up in their business and search, and you can pull up any business and see who owns it and if their taxes are up to date, if their license is up to date. That's any Secretary of State office for any business. These police officers must adhere to those codes, but they got everybody else going, oh, well, you're participating, so we're going, because we've lied by omission and not told you the truth.
Right.
So we're going to take all this shit that was supposed to be applied to us because we have a business license, and we're going to apply it to you instead.
Right. Well, here's like what I want to go back to what you were saying about the stacking of that shit, and it is true because like most people they end up having to get a what's known as a public defender, and the way they railroad you into that is they say, okay, if you plead this instead, which is always their goal, okay, you get by with this amount of money fine and blah 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 blah. If you take it to trial and you lose, you get like 50 years in fucking prison. So the choice is yours, you know, and you're like, wow, okay, I'll just take the plea. Fuck, right?
Right.
Now, if you take and get, and you're going to lose if you go to trial because you have a public defender. Now, the public defender is employed by the same court that is trying to fuck you.
Well,
All
so
right?
is
So,
all of them
let
are
me
bar
finish.
members.
I know, I'm getting to that.
Okay. Sorry.
So, sorry. So here's the public defender. It is not in his best interest for you to win. Okay? He's got the opposite goal as the prosecutor does. And if he assists the prosecutor in wins, pleas, convictions, blah, 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 then he gets a chance to move out of the public defender's office and into the prosecutor's office. You see? That's how this thing works. Now, the prosecutor doesn't give a fuck if you're really guilty or not, as long as he gets a win, as long as he can make it look as though you are guilty. So the entire system, none of it is based on justice at all. And the guy who's supposed to be the referee, i.e. the judge, the one who's just supposed to make sure that the law is adhered to, the judge, you are to be judged by a jury of your peers, not by some faggot in a black dress, man. That's not how this works.
And see,
but they
what
got
a
it
lot of
worked
people
out.
don't get is what is your peers? Who are your peers? Well, if you're a doctor, it's other doctors. If you're a police officer, it's
Right.
other police officers. So your peers would be people like yourself.
Right.
But that's not who they put on those juries. And
And
most
you
of
ever
the
wonder-
people
you
on
ever
those
wonder how
juries,
these-
if you just take a look at life in itself, and you're going to put your life, your life in their hands, and they're stupid and they don't even know the law themselves.
You ever wonder why these judges are all richer and fuck? It's because
Because
of all the bonds, man. It's all the
liens,
bonds.
yep. All the
It's
bonds.
all those bonds, man. Who do you think's making the money off that shit?
I
So
believe they
it's in their
collect
best
every
interest.
3 years.
It's also in their best interest for you to be in their fucking well as well.
Yep.
You see? And the longer they can string it out, the better off they are.
Right.
And that's what they do. The wheels of justice only turn slowly on purpose. Okay? Because
Well,
they got
when
the
people
fucking
tell me they're
brakes on.
getting, when people tell me, "Oh, I got my license, I'm getting married," I'm like, "Oh, you're having a funeral for your freedom."
Right.
They
Right.
just handed everything over to the government. They're handing their wives, their children, their lives over to the government.
Right.
It's not a contract between them. It's a contract between them and the state now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll give you, this is how they get you. They bribe you with them. Hey, we'll give you a reduction on your taxes if you get this little license over here. Right?
Oh yeah, they make something
give you
illegal. They make a right illegal and then sell it back to you.
We'll give you some deductions there.
Yeah, I give you some deductions on the
If you have
extortion.
some children and keep feeding us, we'll give you a few more deductions. It's
I
all
had to go-
bribery, blackmail, and I mean, you name it. I mean, I see right straight through the whole cockamamie BS. Got married once in my life. That was the last time because I realized it was
Right.
all about freaking government bullshit.
So I had to go down a few weeks back and pay my personal property tax. We have that here in Virginia. And I had to go pay my
Did you tell them? Did you go look at me and tell me how much you think I'm worth?
No, it's basically it's a tax on your vehicle.
Right.
And I went down there and got up to the counter. I says, "I'm here to pay my extortion." And she kind of just looked at me and she took the money and everything. And I says, "Now, do you realize that what we just did was illegal?" And she goes, "What?" I said, "Yeah, what we just did was illegal." She says, "You giving me money was illegal." I says, "Well, I didn't give you any money. I gave you debt notes, and it's illegal to pay a debt with a debt. So what do you think about that?" She didn't know what the fuck to say. It ended up talking about a 10-minute fucking lecture on how the Federal Reserve Bank works and why your money's worthless.
Right.
See, I never miss an opportunity. And of course, tax day is a wonderful day. So I'm all the time smacking people with fucking truths left and right all the time. I get the opportunity constantly, whether it's flat earth, whether it's Mandela effect, whether it's the illusion of their government, taxes, voting, whatever the case may be. You know, I'm sitting there smack. I'm like this fucking truth ninja out there half the time. It's funny. I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, but see, it's in everything, no matter what you look at. It's just not one little topic. It's everything, you know, it's all connected.
Yeah, it is all connected. Absolutely. I found this little gem. This is pretty cool. Was talking about a little bit about our favorite friend, Don Pettit, who would go to space. I go to the moon in a nanosecond, but the short bus doesn't go there anymore.
Oh, damn. Poor thing.
They're like, so what happens if there's a hole in the wall in the space station? He goes, then you have a leak. We would look at a
leak. You would have a leak. Do you realize what would happen with a hole in the side of the fucking space station?
It would suck everybody out.
My wife
Isn't that what they told us in the planes, that if somebody busts the plane window, it sucks everybody out the window?
Yeah, right. There's pilots get sucked out and shit, right? So here's
I don't know if that's true. I've never seen it in real life, so I don't know if that's true, but that's what they say.
Well, my wife and I was watching something earlier, and there was a preview for a movie that's coming out where there's Russians and Americans aboard the ISS, and they see that war has broke out down below. They can see the nuclear explosions and all that shit, right? And they get these orders. Each team gets orders to kill the other astronauts, right? And they're like having some kind of fight up there in space. I just looked at my wife. I said, I'd just grab a screwdriver and pop a hole in the side of the fucking thing and be done with it all. There it would be. Everybody would be soup. They would suck them out and turn them into soup on the way. Yeah. You know, and it's we just put some gum over it. We used Gorilla Tape last time. Fucking guy. I swear to God.
There's nothing. Hey, now you can't knock bubble gum and duct tape. It is a awesome pipe fixer. You chew the bubble gum up and get your kids to do that while you're getting tape.
Do not give your children bubble gum. There's some nasty shit in there, man.
This was back in the days before they started just making it with all artificial crap.
Right.
But anyways, you put that over the hole and then wrap the duct tape around. It really does fix. Not like water pipes where there's pressure, but like drains and things like that. It really does work. I've done that before.
I was waiting for the dude to say on that one, he just stuck his finger over the hole. And I was saying, yeah, you got sucked out through your finger too, you dumbass.
I mean, I'm not a plumber. I had to do the best I could with a leaky drain under my kitchen sink.
Use some Flex Seal.
Well, I didn't have any of that.
No, they didn't have that yet.
But I did have some redneck fix, all that duct tape, you know, and some bubble gum. So yeah. And it really did work. Still on the sink as long as
there's a solid gap in that statement about a multi-layer penetrating opening toward the vacuum of space. Yeah, I know, right?
That was a good one.
Well, and there would be a protocol to fix it.
Might require a spacewalk. You can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. Zodiacal lights?
Whoa. Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
The average person thinks they're standing on a spinning ball. Right now, 2022. They think they're standing on a ball that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour in infinite blackness. They're literally like, I'm standing on a spinning ball right now. It's so fucking stupid. I mean, it's more insane than transgenderism. The idea that you're on a spinning ball is literally crazier. Like that's like the spinning ball thing is like retarded. It's just dumb. It's like they just want to believe. I know it triggers people, and then they feel very suicidal and scared. It's a joke, guys. They literally are a comedy troupe. Swear to God, they're a comedy troupe.
You work through the whole day and you get hungry when it's about lunchtime and you rip open a pouch of stew or something. You can smell a little roast beef.
There's no astronaut work. It's all fake. It's literally a comedy troupe.
And then at the end of the day, you start to get a little sleepy-eyed, and by the time you're ready for bed, you just fall asleep.
Most globe people have never thought about anything. They're just like, y'all so very stupid.
When I'm on Earth, I dream about being in space. And when you're in space, you dream about walking and being on Earth.
But you don't know basic science.
I would go back to space in a nanosecond.
But the light curves around the Earth because of gravity. Oh my God, you're fucking brain dead.
Gosh, these guys that wrote the textbooks figured all of this out without seeing it from this viewpoint.
Lisa says she can't stand it when people make stupid voices when talking. It's so juvenile. You must really hate Don Pettit then.
I mean, you can do the math, guys. The math is right there. Everyone's prove you're on a flat plane. Okay, there it is. It's right there. That's the flat, not moving plane. How about you prove you're on a spinning ball?
Fires will be kindled to testify that 2 and 2 make 4. Swords will be drawn to prove that leaves are green in the summer.
I don't believe in global warming. You want the Earth to die? I think transgenderism is child abuse. You won't accept people for what they are? I'm a flat earther. You think it's a disc in the middle of space? Okay. You're retarded. If you take the flat Earth is flat, then how does it spin around the sun when it's flat disc in the space? It's intended to make you feel meaningless when the truth is the exact opposite. Exactly. You don't matter. The Earth is just one grain of sand in an infinite beach spinning in infinite nothing. It's the ultimate psyop.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
This guy does not work in science. He's a comedian playing a character.
I know, man. I had to wonder about that guy. It's like
they're like,
you know,
so what
they did to us? You remember they gave us Bill Nye the Science Guy,
Right.
But do you remember Mr. Wizard?
Yeah, I never really watched it, but
I used to like. Now that was a cool show because that dude would like come up with experiments that kids could actually do at home, and you really learn quite a bit from that dude, man. He was you're not pushing the space bullshit either.
Right.
You know, he was showing like basic chemistry and stuff like that. And I thought he was pretty interesting. I was going to look for some clips from him on the interweb here and see if there was anything for another night to look at. Holy shit. Can you believe this is Nancy Pelosi? Look at this is like back. She used to hang out with Wilma. This is back when she hung out.
That lady looks like Walking Dead.
Well, here's what she looked like. This is 1992. If you want to understand how long the planning for Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 has been underway, listen to Nancy Pelosi discussing it in 1992. No shit, right? Mr. Wizard would be canceled today, no doubt, right?
The Earth Summit Environmental Leadership Act, as this is known, presents us with an opportunity to follow up on the important work of the Earth Summit to develop its blueprint, Agenda 21, for global environmental action. HCON Res 353 outlines a comprehensive national strategy for sustainable development in accordance with the principles of Agenda 21 to be coordinated under the leadership of a specific office and at the direction of a high-level government official.
So she had a problem with public speaking back then.
Yeah.
You can see.
Well, is this sustainable development the new homelessness? Is that what they mean by own nothing and be happy?
Yeah. That's exactly what it means. And you're going to eat a nice big McBug burger for dinner.
Yeah.
Have a nice big.
I mean, I always love that. It's just that word they call sustainability. They're full of crap. Every time they say that word, they're eating shit and spewing it back out. because they're talking with their mouth open.
Well, yeah. Listen, these
I'm
people,
just saying, you know, you got to, if you're eating shit and talking with your mouth full, you're spewing it too.
oh, absolutely, man. And this is exactly what this.
But, you know, 92, they already knew what they were doing and what they were planning. But see, that's where
She's been a bought and paid for Marxist from day fucking one. Her dad was a fucking mafia dude, man.
Well, of course. It's run like the mafia. Look at them gang members on the street we were talking about earlier. You know, they can, like, what? Oh my gosh, some of the things they've done is horrific. But I tried to tell people, you know, back in the 80s when I was just in my teens, you know, it's not what you think, you know. And it wasn't even to the extent it is now. Now it's just, they just do it in the wide open. They don't even try to cover it up. But there's more cameras, there's the internet.
Yeah.
So it does get spread. And you know, word of mouth a lot of times is faster than anything else there is out there, even before they had the internet. Now it's like wildfire. It gets out and gets around the world in jiffy.
Yeah, man.
And they can't stop
immediately. It gets around. It gets out immediately.
But the thing is if everyone's going to keep believing them and keep worshiping them like gods, then those of us that are trying to tell them, hey, this is a game they're playing on you, you know? No, they're not. No,
they would
they're
never do
not.
that.
You just don't like government.
No shit.
I don't like people like you participating and forcing it upon me.
Right. You know, if you don't vote, you can't say anything. My ass, I can't. You know, I didn't want either one of the evils, and you found it necessary to choose an evil, whether lesser or greater. It's still fucking evil. All right. So you don't ever choose the lesser of two evils. Take the third option and choose none. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Okay.
Right.
And right now, what are we going to have? We're going to have, I mean, you could actually literally run fucking Bozo the Clown against Joe Biden and he'd win. You know, this is like picking on the special ed class, which is not cool.
Right.
And this is what we got going on. So it's a no-brainer. So if they're going to have their front runner, as it's always been intended since, and I fully believe Trump was complicit in his own rigged defeat, and I'll call it that. And it was to make him so that it would get bad, so that you would see what it's like without me. Oh my God. Right. And then he can come riding in like a fucking knight in shining armor, waving his American flag. And as soon as he waves his hand over the Bible, he swaps that one for a fucking Israel flag. You dig? This is what this guy's all about. They've already crowned him as a Moshiach, right? Over there. He moved our embassy out of the capital, which is Tel Aviv, into Jerusalem. What the fuck's that all about? Right?
Yeah, he kind of pissed off the Pope on that one.
So if you don't really understand what's going on, they're going to, of course, I'll tell you what, a piece of shit with eyes made of corn would look as a better alternative to Biden at this point in time.
But don't you also see it as a way of exposing everything? Because he was so, you know, everyone got upset. Now, this is just me, okay? What I saw. People were upset. They wanted a position, right? And he got to appoint people to these positions. And so people are like, you're not draining the swamp. But every last one, listen, every last one of them exposed himself. It goes back to the old saying, give a man enough rope, he'll hang himself. So each and every one that he appointed got exposed for the BS they're involved in. And so in a way, it's like that double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. He exposed crap by putting them in the position they begged for. Okay, you want it? Here you go. And then they got exposed for the shitheads they are.
So like more of this 5D chess. underwater with chutes and ladders mixed in. I mean,
well, I don't know
listen,
if
this
it's a
guy, I don't,
5D chess, but when
I don't.
somebody's manipulating you or threatening you and what have you, and we know that goes on.
Oh,
So I think it was just, hey, you want to do me this way, I can do you that way. I mean, it's always how they act anyways. It's a game. It's a stage. It's a play.
well, of course. But you see, here's the thing. I don't like the man. And here's why. I already know what he's about. I see through his bullshit.
I'm
He's a
not saying I
salesman.
like him. I didn't like whenever long before he was ever president,
Yeah.
when he took that
He's a
that
fucking
old
actor.
lady's house.
He's an actor. He's a salesman. All right. He knows what to say. He's good at working a crowd. He's got a great PR firm. Okay. Is he the smartest man in the world? No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. And if he was fooled that easily, then he's obviously not that smart, because I wasn't. And if he's pretending like he was fooled, I'm not fooled by that either. Okay. So I don't buy his bullshit. I don't buy none of their bullshit at all. And I'm like you, I'm with you on this. This is a big fucking show. And this is how they played it out. Like I say, whether it's not to expose him or not, I think it was because look, and when it comes down to it, nothing is going to happen to any of these people. Okay. Nothing is ever going to happen to any of these people, even if their fucking wrongdoings are plastered all over the front pages of every newspaper and every television program tomorrow. They will serve no penance for their fucking ill deeds.
Well, see, by going after Trump the way they did, they've kept everybody's attention, right? Because they're like at a football game, still rooting for their favorite god and their favorite team or what have you. You see what I'm saying? That's where it's all at. It's not whether somebody's good, bad, or indifferent.
Right.
They have their part to play. Go back to before they started all these reality TV shows. And then they kept adding more and more and more reality TV shows. Until now, reality is what they want it to be in the political realm. And it's all out here in everybody's face. Oh, well, we're going to stop this, and we're going to stop trafficking, and we're going to stop, abuse and retrain everybody. Bullshit. It's common sense. You don't put your hands on anybody. I don't give a shit if you're a cop or not.
That's
right. You don't put your hands on somebody, for a traffic violation. F those traffic violations, all commercial. And the fact that they think that they sold us out whenever they gave us birth certificates because our mother signed for it, bullshit. That was all lies by omission. That's fraud.
Right.
But how many people pay attention? Very few. Instead, they play in a part and participate in all the bullshit against everybody else. Go to war. What man in his right mind goes to his next door neighbor and goes, oh, some dude's breaking in my house and my old lady and kids are in there and I just don't know what to do. Will you please come over and take care of it for me? Do you hear people when they go, oh, well, I'm getting paid to go to war? Come on. Right. How asinine is all that shit?
I know. I'm right there with you. And usually they get after they've come, if you do call the police, you wish you had not called them.
Right.
You're like, wow, what the fuck? You're useless as tits on a fucking boar hog. Why are you here? What was I thinking? Of course, they kill the person that calls them. I saw him kill somebody. I saw him kill somebody because on a welfare check because they might be suicidal.
They did that up in Seattle too. This guy was sleeping with his front door open. Well, over there on Seattle, very few people really have air conditioners because it's not that hot there. And so they don't really need them. So just if it's a nice summer day and you leave your, front door open with your screen closed, the neighbor calls, has a welfare check, and then the cops come in and shoot you. Come on. That's craziness.
Hey, here's what Barbara was talking about. Here's one of those videos that Barbara was talking about. Check this out. It says rare rainbow clouds appeared above the north of Scotland. That's beautiful. But it's probably metal particulates or something. Isn't that crazy looking? I mean, that's pretty, man.
That is. But yeah, I'd be wondering what was in the sky.
But at the same time, I'd be going, I could deal with that kind of, if you had rainbow clouds and shit, but not at the expense of being under the weather, literally, Oh my God, yeah.
Well, I mean, sunsets can be very beautiful.
Oh yeah, I love watching a sunset. It's one of the neatest things ever.
Yeah. Sunrises, sunsets.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Remember that song from Fiddler on the Roof?
Yeah.
Sunrise, sunset. Is this the little girl I carried? Is this that little boy at play? I don't remember growing older. When did they? We had to do that. We had to perform some of those songs in a choir I was in once.
Nice.
Back many, many, many years ago.
I liked choir. I was in choir in school and in church.
They wouldn't let me in church.
I got kicked out.
Yeah. I had too many questions. I had too many fucking questions.
I've basically been kicked out or just, shunned to the point where I just didn't bother going anymore to other churches. There's only been one church I wasn't kicked out, and it was a small little Baptist church. But that was just a very different group of people altogether from most. But yeah.
So did you see what ended up happening to Tommy the other night?
Oh, I kind of half-assed paid attention. I didn't. I just some of that shit I already seen, and I just know the people and what they're gonna say. So what's the point?
Well, here's what was funny about it, because he brought Flow State on to try to corroborate and be his wingman with this thing, and then he got shitty with Flow State, and it ended up turning into Flow State making a fucking going live and talking about what a moron fucking Tommy is.
Oh yeah.
I was like, holy shit, man. Well, that didn't go the way you planned. His super duper bombshell killer that he was going to do on me and Stavely didn't really pan out to be what it was, I guess, intended to be. And I think that kind of pissed him off. Well, I don't know. I think he lost sight of where he was at, because he was now directing his anger and shit at Flow State.
Well, I think the reason they're so damn angry is they've been the bullies on the block for quite some time, and now they ain't the bullies anymore. Too many have come up and said, you can't treat the other people like you are. There's always the ones that stand in the gap, and I think we're the gap keepers.
Well, he's one of those that's got the four sides, all around his eyes are white. And that's some kind of freak right there, man. We were just looking at that shit, and I was kind of thinking about that. That's why he always puts those weird shit over his eyes, because he's crazy looking.
But yeah, they just ain't the bullies anymore. And so they're all having a little pissing party, crying. But there's always those that will stand up for the weaker, and there's always the bullies.
I got in a lot of trouble
since I was in school, anyways.
I got in a lot of trouble for that in my past.
Yeah, me too, but I still stood my ground.
Yep. That's what I'll do too, man. I don't back down from anybody. No, I just don't do it. I can't. It's not in my character. Not one bit, not even for a second.
Well, people think I'm so nice and sweet and kind, and I prefer to be that way, honestly.
Sure, everybody does.
don't piss me off. You'll find out I'm the complete opposite. And I can get there in a flash. If that's bipolar, then okay, I'll accept it. Right. But no, I can't stand, seeing other people hurt. I know what it's like. Don't like being on that receiving end. And I can't stand the people that bully others and abuse them just because they think they can.
I don't ever back down from an ass pounding. No, I was kind of hoping Nick would come and pound my ass. Oh my God, that guy, he didn't even
just
realize
won't
what
buy
he
you a
was
ticket.
Right. Yeah,
or
and then
pick
go
you up
him
at the airport. But he will meet you.
Oh, kick your ass. Can you
and have a good dinner while he waits.
Can you give me a ride to kick your ass?
That was hilarious. You know that? I mean, that's truly comical. I know he was drunk off his butt and everything, but that's truly comical that he would ask you to buy his plane ticket and pick him up at the airport. Come on.
Now, you want to see, this is one of these stupid...
He's from California. Now you know how they think.
I'm going to show you one of these stupid people arguments that come up about the with these fucking Globers, okay? And they don't even think about their question, right? They don't even think about what they're saying, all right? So, like being able to explain why 3 continents can see the same stars at night when on a proposed flat Earth they would be facing different directions. Okay, first off, asshat. It's never nighttime in these 3 places at the same time. Okay? So these people are not viewing the same stars at the same time, even though they're viewing them at night. It is never nighttime here at the same time. So it's a straw man. But they do it all the time. And when you point that out to them, it's like, do you not realize that it's not nighttime in Australia when it's nighttime in South America? Do you have any concept of that? Globe or flat? Globe or flat. It's never fucking daylight in those 2 places at the same time. So that's bullshit.
All right.
And they do this all the time. This is what these fucking globies do. And it's like, it blows my mind because I sit here going, are you shitting me? Man, really? You gotta be. You've got to be. Oh man, a lot of people are just let me go to my thing. There we go. Yeah. I mean, so they've got to be, because I'm not the first person to point that out to them. I'm sure I'm not the first person that's pointed that out to them. So why would you keep using it? And here's why. If they're not bots, they're on a script.
Right.
And a lot of those idiots are in the same room, actually. If not the actually same person, running 2-3 accounts, maybe more.
Right.
Right. And they go by a script. And that's the whole thing. That's why I just go, okay, you asked, it's been answered. I'm not going to argue with you about it, because you're just going to go around in circles and loop. Just keep looping around in circles.
And look at how crazy it is, Here they are having everybody thinking that they've gone to the moon and landed on the moon, while the entire time they're working with the military industrial complex, creating weapons to be used against us.
Mm-hmm.
While they have other people looking at some goofy shit in the sky spinning on a ball. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, that's why I say they act more like bullies. And the reason they're so pissed off and everything else is they've already lost the fight. They know it, because a lot of people ain't listening anymore.
Technology's outrun their bullshit. Look, there's a NASA photo. It's 75,000 feet. I don't know who was outside that plane to take that picture, but cool. And then you got an amateur photo at 120,000 feet. So you can see curvature when we're lower at 75,000 feet, but when we almost double it, we don't see it anymore. Isn't that kind of bass backwards to what's claimed? I would think it to be. I would definitely think it to be. That's the shit. This one got me too, right here. I love this. All right. So there's right. So there's an image. How come the moon's not all lit up on that? How come the Earth, the moon's not all lit up? There's the sun shining directly on it, apparently. How come it's not lit up like it is when we see it from the ground?
Well, how do we know that's even the moon actually there in the first place, not just a
It's
layer?
a fake. It's a fake photograph. In fact, you can look at the time lapse that they did of it, and the goddamn clouds never changed at all. Over like 6 or 7 hours, the clouds remained exactly the same.
Right.
And it's like that doesn't happen in real life at all.
And if they were further away, they could video it because it would be spinning. As fast as they say it's going, they would see it moving. But they ain't showing it moving.
There you go. This is good too. 2 objects in one focus. One's 7 mile and the other one's like almost 250,000 miles. And didn't have to adjust the focus or anything. What? Go away. Stop with that shit. This is the kind of stuff people don't bother to, and then they go, "Oh, it can't be true. It's not able to be true. It's a psyop. That's what it is." And Brian Staveley's behind it. And Dreamy Lynn and Sav, they're all they work for the government. Did you know that Rostabear thinks that we work for the government? Dreamy? Oh, she's probably taking care of Keeper.
I'm back. Yeah, I was. I just let him back in.
Yeah.
But so Rostabear thinks we work for the government. Oh my gosh.
Yes,
I wouldn't work for that entity if it was the last one on earth.
No, I don't accept welfare. I refuse to receive stolen property.
I don't want to
right?
I wouldn't want to harm people like they do.
I refuse to receive stolen property. And if I was to get anything that you receive from the government was stolen from someone. So if you receive things from the government, you are guilty of receiving stolen goods.
Right. And the thing is people are drawn into it because it's been perpetrated against us since childhood, and I do get that it's hard for a lot of people to get out of that situation, but I also see the harm that it's caused whenever they shut down all these jobs, sent them overseas, then started buying products from other countries, calling it a fair trade agreement. Well, why are we forced to buy apples from Japan when we had all the apples we needed right here, and we were sending them off to countries that didn't have them, right? But instead, they cut off their nose to spite their face. And isn't that what YouTube does and all these other social media?
Oh my God,
sites?
yeah, they do.
They all do the exact same thing. They build you up, think this is a platform to make money, to create, to do this, to do that. And then they turn around and what they do, they shit on everybody and start taking
Well,
it.
of course, because all they
Whenever
want,
see fit.
they want another propaganda outlet. That's all they want here is another propaganda outlet. When in reality, people are thirsting for real truth. Okay.
Right.
People are thirsting for real truth. They know that their favorite television propaganda outlet's not going to give it to them. They know that their favorite publication on the internet's going to give it to them. But when you can actually talk to real people who have actually walked in and looked into the subject and can see around the corners, that's what people are wanting to see. Right. And advertisers would be stupid to take a political stance on shit and go by where's the ratings at? Where are most people going to see my ads, right? Just because there's an ad running on something doesn't mean that show supports that or anything. These people are looking for a large audience to sell their product to. Okay. It shouldn't nothing political about it be, did anybody say to any of the advertisers, oh, are you for crime? Do you support crime because you advertise during Breaking Bad? Oh, you must support drugs, right? See, this is the stupidity that goes on with it. And I agree when Elon told him, he says, well, don't advertise. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself.
Well,
Don't
look at
hold
all
me
the big
hostage.
banners around the sports arenas and all that kind of stuff. And then on TV, how many pharmaceutical ads are on between every little thing? You know what they said about commercials? The commercials, the reason they put them in the in TV shows and things like that, and at the beginnings of movies and what have you, is commercials break up the mind's ability to go from step by step by fragmenting the mind.
Yeah.
So it's easy to get people, like in a scene in a movie,
It's
and then they
attention
break
diversion.
it. They break your attention span,
Mhm.
and then they bring it back.
Right.
So the advertising, gets in your head. I'll tell you why. I bought them little scrubbing bubbles because I thought they were so cute, running around the bathtub, scrubbing it. And I would buy that vacuum cleaner because, well, it did work. It did work very well. But that was the main reason I bought that product for a long time. Was because I just love those little scrubbing bubbles, They were cute. That one got me.
No. AI news anchors and AI written news scripts. Oh boy. Well, they can do whatever they want. I don't watch your bullshit anyways. I know what it is, right? What is it really? It's nothing more
advertising.
It's just government propaganda.
Okay? They are advertising AI writing documents up for court and crap like that. Please, people, do not fall for that. There's already lawyers and stuff that are in trouble for using AI to do a case for them, and it was a lot of wrong stuff said and done in that. So do your own work. Don't go get AI to do shit for you. They keep trying to get people to join this AI for this and that and everything else.
Don't help the AI. Listen, just don't fucking help the AI. Don't use the self-checkout. Rebel against the robots at every fucking last step. Okay? Skynet's going to go online. I'm telling you, man. They've been showing you this shit about AI and robots killing off people for a long time for a reason. Because it's going to fucking happen. And it's going to be y'all's fault if you're fucking with the AI. And don't even entertain the idea of if you go through the cashless checkout or the checkout without the cashier, self-kit checkout, you're only enabling them. Okay,
well,
you're just enabling them. If you stop using it, just stop using it and fuck the convenience aspect of it. Okay, you got to take a stand. Wait in line if you have to. But don't use them. The only way we can get this shit to stop is if we don't fucking participate. It's that simple.
Well, see, now also military doesn't need to send, like a manned aircraft up because they can use drones to fire weapons and what have you.
With AI, they don't need to send them up. AI can send them up. They already got them doing that, man.
Right.
I want to point you guys back to the Terminator. Okay. What happened, right? That was what they had these drones that were being operated by the AI, by Skynet. Oh, they're good. Look, we're safe. Don't worry.
Isn't it New York that they have the robot police cops now?
Yeah, someplace. They can't have them in some areas. They can't have them in some areas. They strip them for parts and shit. Come back and there's a cop on blocks.
Those things can shoot people,
Yeah, they'll steal the gun out of it too. Come on. There's some pretty wily people out there, man. I love this curve buster. This is great. No more gummet cheese. Oh no, look, it's disappearing over the horizon. Oh my goodness me, look at that. Look, it's going over the curve. Look at that, going over the curve. Another thing people don't understand either is foreshortening with a telephoto lens. I used to remember when the president would come on TV and they had the Secretary of State and the Vice President sitting behind the president. But when they had the front on view, which of course was being taken from at the back of the gallery with a telephoto lens, it looked like the Tip O'Neill and fucking Spiro Agnew was sitting right on top of his shoulders. You know, they were like right there, but they weren't. There was a good, 8 or 10 feet behind him.
On I watch Rick Moore on is a sailing channel, and he did some incredible
Yes,
photography.
resist that too, Daniel. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But he did some incredible photography. They were parasailing, and he made it look like just the island and the area where they were parasailing. It looked like what they show us as the globe. But whenever he was showing it and they were up there, it was flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
But then it was the effects of the camera when he did this kind of swirl thing where they were like in the center up there. It was really, really interesting, really cool. So people that can't see and they're on the fence, that'd be a good video to watch. It was one of their parasailing videos. And yeah, the photography in that was outstanding because it made it very clear that there is a definite difference between their world crap and the reality. Because that with the island right there, I think that it's damn it.
Well, this is the thing too, is that
forget what island it is.
This thing is level. Okay, it's just level.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
Well, look right there in that picture. It's level. How far are you seeing way out there?
Right. Well, flat. First off, isn't a shape. Flatness refers to a
horizontal.
Surface. Right. Horizontal. Level. Okay. It's level. That's why the when you say it's a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system, it covers all of the bases right there.
How many miles did you say there would have to be a curve? Because I looked it up, and Lake Mead is like 123 miles long. So wouldn't that have to curve with the curvature of the Earth? Isn't that long enough?
Well, we can go to a curve calculator, and without minusing the eye height, all you have to do is 8 inches per mile squared. So how many miles?
123, I believe.
Okay, so
I'll double check. I'll look it up.
Yeah, just multiply the distance times itself, right? That's going to be the square, and then multiply that times 8 inches. And that'll tell you how many inches. Then you can divide that by 12, and that'll tell you how many feet.
Okay, its length is 120 miles. Its area is 247.1 miles. It says. Has a little 2 up there.
Keep those things handy. I'm going to bring something up.
All right.
Let me see. There it is. Okay. So
the man-made reservoir, remember.
All right. What was the distance was what?
The length is 120 miles.
120 miles. And we're going to say that the eyesight level is 5 feet. Okay. That's about average for somebody's eye level, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Okay. So 5 feet. Okay. So the distance of the horizon would be 2 3/4 of a mile. Okay, that's where your horizon would be if it were physical. The obscured object would be 9,167.8 feet hidden. Okay, so you would only be able to see things over 9,167.8 feet tall. And there
Well,
it is.
you know, when every reservoir, they've always, you know, to my knowledge, have always moved people, farms, towns, whatever, and they survey and they have to find the level for that area where that water is going to be. They have to know that, or they would flood and drown people out. And that the government has to buy that land from those people when they want to take it for a project like that.
Right.
So with Lake Mead, they moved towns, homes, farms, everything out of the area.
Yeah. Eminent domain. They did the same
So
thing.
shore to shore, you know, it's level.
They did the same thing with the Tennessee Valley Authority.
Right.
They flooded out the Tennessee Valley, and it was through eminent domain. There's whole towns underneath that water. It's insane. Well, let me see. This is the rest of this thing. That's what I couldn't understand, why Joe Cool couldn't understand this. And you see, that exemplifies it even better than sitting there watching it go disappear out the horizon, because we're zoomed into where after it appeared to be over the horizon, and by zooming back out, it gives you the same appearance as it going over the horizon, but we've already seen that it doesn't. It goes into the horizon.
Right.
I demonstrated with the spiral staircase, at the Mimsland. I demonstrated how you can't see around a curve even if you zoom in.
Right. And it gets smaller the further it is away. That's why I said, like walking down a beach. You know, because that's something people can do. You know, they know how tall a person is, and have them walk down the beach until they disappear. The beach doesn't change its level.
No.
The person in the distance just looks smaller. Did they really shrink? Or is that a figment of your imagination?
It's known as their angular or apparent size. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you have to just be retarded.
What do you mean? How does it reconcile longitude and latitude? The same way it's always been, when AE maps were used for navigation rather than ground or geographic positioning systems. So how is it reconciled? The same way that it's always been reconciled, not because of on a ball or anything. I also want to point out the idea that if the azimuthal equilateral projection is so far off, see, what you don't understand, and what a lot of people don't understand, is we have to go by the Cartesian coordinate system that has been given to us, unless we start all over at square one. Anybody got the time, effort, and money to do that shit? Nope. Sorry, we don't.
Well, look at an
we have
atlas.
to go. Well, so we have to go by the Cartesian system that we've been given, and of course, that was designed by much more powerful people than any of us, or at least the people commissioned to do it. And we already know that they are hiding things. So, what were you saying, Dreamy?
I said, say, look at the atlas, you know, or just a map, you know, just a small area, and you want to find something really quickly. It'll tell you, you know, like the city. Let's say you want to find the city, and it will give you a number at this on the side of the map as well as at the top, so you can just pinpoint it immediately. And then you get into a city and then you want to just find a street or a business, you can do the same damn thing
Mhm.
on a city map. It's always the same. And, you know, there was a family that got, had their boat get sunk out on the ocean. So they ended up, you know, in their dinghy and their
Mhm.
safety boat. And because the father had, you know, knowledge of navigating on paper maps, not just GPS crap like they're doing now,
Mhm.
they were able, he was able to keep approximate location of where they were each day,
Mhm.
you know, so they knew how far they were going to have to travel in order to get where they needed to be and
Mhm.
be on land, you know. But
So I want to
without
answer.
that, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to answer and add to what what Ryan said here about that. The longitudes are angles to Polaris. The latitude or the I'm sorry, the latitude lines are angles to Polaris. The longitude lines are merely degrees of a circle going 360 degrees from right under Polaris. So
Like
that's
a pie.
how it was set. Okay. It's a lot of these so-called coordinate problems aren't problems at all. What you'll find out, just if you want to see what I'm talking about, take a look at a projection. Let's take a look at one real quick. A projection from the South Pole, an AE projection from the South Pole, and then you can see just how stupid that really looks and why it's not used. Okay, this is pretty good. There you go. Now, why, if the coordinate system is off so badly, as proposed by globe proponents, then why is it that no one uses the azimuthal equilateral projection taken from the South Pole? You would figure they would do that, right? For navigation in the Southern Hemisphere, right? Do they? No, they do not. No one ever uses a map that looks like this. Every azimuthal equilateral projection map is taken from the north. You want to know why? Because there is no South Pole. Okay, there's magnetic north. That's all.
Yeah, you can't go out beyond a pole, right? The pole is the center. If we are believing in their bullshit, the
Right.
pole is the center. So when you stand a ballpoint pen up, you got the pinpoint. That's the smallest you can get, right?
Right.
Well, you can get a little smaller if you don't have
Right.
anything there at all, but
Down to
you
a
know what I
micron.
mean. And so they're going to say that that's the North Pole. There is a sign, you know,
Yeah.
up there in the
Well,
snowland that's
right.
got a pole. I watched a dude, he hiked there. I mean, it was a pretty interesting hike, but that's all it was, this wooden pole up there that said the North Pole. And he stood there and got his picture with it after all
Right.
hiking up there. But was he truly at the North Pole? Because
Right.
he should have been spinning faster than a monkey's butt, you know?
That's like that these people that are down there taking a picture that the South Pole, they didn't travel all the way into the middle of that fucking supposed continent to get that fucking picture. That's never
Oh,
happened.
I'm talking about the North Pole, not the South Pole. I
Right,
said
right.
the
I'm just
North
saying
Pole.
both, neither
But
one.
yeah, the South Pole as well, same thing.
But see, here's the thing: is that with M Ball has really got a fucking problem with this shit. It says things that shrink and grow as needed. What verification of any sizes do you actually have other than what you read in a book, measured on an atlas, or one of our inaccurate maps? What verification of any of these distances do you personally have? Me, I don't have any at all, and neither do you. You're subject to the same fucking information that I am, right?
Well, here's something people couldn't even think of, especially the older ones. You remember the toys, the spinning tops, and you push that little thing down on the
Yeah,
top of it,
it
and
was,
they would
like
spin, and you could let
threaded.
go of it, and it
Yeah,
would
yeah.
just spin until it ran out of energy.
Yep.
But right there, that's what they think they're living on. Are you serious?
Yeah, unfortunately, they are.
I mean, that's just a smaller, scale of it, but still.
Yeah.
No way.
It's amazing that people don't really take the time to think about this, and they don't. They don't take the time to think of it. It's easier to just go with the flow because everybody else believes. And this is the fuckers I'm sick of. But teacher said, this is what I hear out of these motherfuckers all the time. But teacher said,
well, look,
like,
they're all being taught by Nicks.
Yeah, right. People paying big money.
A lot of money to have Nicky Poo teach you bullshit.
I wouldn't let that motherfucker try to teach my dog something, man. Jesus Christ. I'm serious, man. I can't even with that guy. It's like, you're really going to represent yourself that way? You're supposed to be some kind of big ass academic, and you come on drunker and piss and say the stupid shit that you do. I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. You got to be kidding me. And I'm surprised at his school. I mean, these schools are already all liberal and shit, but them ones in California, fuck, you might as well be carrying the Red Book of Mao around with you in that outfit, right? And if they caught wind of him acting the way he did and talking to women the way he does, and he would be boycotted and run right the fuck out, man.
Oh, he'd probably get patted on the back off.
Jesus Christ. Oh, he's probably got some kind of gay rights thing, so they can't do it.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, we can't fire him because he's one of them gays and he's a tax break. And I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. But there's definitely, I'll tell you what, I was laughing my ass off with that guy that was breaking down that debate. Because he says, I think Craig's mentally disabled. And I'm like, oh my God, man.
Yeah.
Did he really just say that? Yes, he did. I'm like, very good for you, bro. Good for you. I'm not going to hang with that shit either, man.
Yeah, I'm not really super big on the debates because to me there is no debate. There is the truth and there's all the crap that, they fed us while there are things going on behind our backs that are harming, our country, our people around the world, and they say one thing, do the opposite. And the thing is, I remember whenever
they can't, M-Ball.
Disappearing and all
hold on, wait a second. I'm calling bullshit on M-Ball because there's a bunch of areas through Australia that people can't even freely travel. So I don't even want to hear it. And you have never driven across Australia. So shut the fuck up. Okay. Wow. But teacher said.
Most people haven't even left their hometown, much less drove across the United States.
Oh, but teacher said. Jesus.
Somebody the other day commented back and said that they had been out of the country and went to the southern hemisphere and the stars were spinning backwards. My comment was about water, but they were really concerned about the stars spinning backwards.
Oh,
I mean, just stupid, anything stupid to say to try to get off the topic and make themselves sound sensible whenever they just sound all that much dumber,
It's like,
I mean, it's possible that they could reverse. Okay.
No, they don't. They still go from east. They go from east to west. They still go east to west. Look, here's the thing. If I stand at my window, okay, and I look out toward my road, I can see my mail.
I get that, Sovereign. I'm just saying, because the equator, that's what makes the difference, right? That's the center line in the street.
So here's an equator. I've got an equator. So I look out my window, and there's a road right between my house and my mailbox, right? So we're going to say that road's the equator. Now, when I look out there, I can see a car going from south to north. It's going from my right to my left, right? Cool. So there goes the car from my right to my left. Now, if I go out there and go across the street to my mailbox and I turn around and watch the car go by, it's now going to go by from my left to my right, but it's still going in the same direction.
Right.
So see, this is the
and I get that, but I'm just saying,
with these guys and them talking about like that is the
even
same
on
as
a flat Earth.
it's the I've got your nose trick. It's
Right.
that dumb.
I got you. But
It
the
is.
thing is, I'm saying that could work. You know, their little argument there could work on a flat Earth too. I'm just saying, you know,
Right.
If they want to think they're seeing backwards because they've turned around, you know, and facing another direction, that's fine.
Right. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And this bullshit straw man thing they come out with how come people in 3 different places can see the same stars at night? Well, they're not seeing them at the same time at night, dumbass, because it's not nighttime at the same time in those places.
Right.
So stop. You know, every one of their arguments is based off of a childhood idea, like a childish idea that they haven't thought all the way through.
They believe the fiction and the fairy tales they were taught.
Well, like this nonsense. Look at this. This is what they show you of the sun, like this big thing of lava. Let's see what it looks like when you really zoom in on it. See that thing sticking, blowing up off the top. Let's get in on that. Let's do that close. Blowing off not even the same color. But if they show you this crap up here at the top, then they can float the idea it's going to blast a big shout of this stuff right at the earth and kill you. It's going to take away Facebook, and then you won't know what to do. You won't be able to bitch about it because there'll be nowhere to
go. Molten hot rock of lava for some reason defies gravity.
Yep. Yep. It's just, yeah, and they know for a fact because they looked at it with spectroscopy and decided that it was a big ball of hydrogen. So their spectroscopy told them this, but their entire fucking common sense never told them that it would be impossible for a ball of gas to form in a vacuum to start with or anywhere. Okay, we're just going to bypass that and look at it with spectroscopy. Get the fuck out of here with this stupid shit.
Yeah, while they're looking up Uranus.
Yes, they're always wanting to look at Uranus. I don't understand their fascination with looking at Uranus. Yeah,
I tell you what the hell, you know, I mean, the names of these things.
Oh my God, man, this is some of the craziest shit. And you know, once you come onto it and then you go, wow, that's some fucking ridiculous stuff they had me thinking, you know, how could they have me thinking so dumb? Wow. You know, and then you run across somebody that comes along and says, you know, something just ridiculously stupid. Like, how come I could see the same stars at night in these 3 places? You want to show me when it's ever fucking night at the same time in those 3 places?
Right.
I mean, that one right there, that was one that took the cake for me today.
Well, you know, it was a judge that when she first said, well, it was for somebody else, not me, and I heard her say, you participated, you know, like I said at first, that was irritating, you know, why would she would say something so what I considered to be kind of hateful, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then I really started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, holy crap, if that wasn't a nugget of gold in the mind shaft, right? Because that's truly what it is participation. So, you know, we should always question those little things because those are like little gold nuggets, you know? Grab them and keep going, fill them up, you know? Learn from that. But yeah, it was a divorce case, but not mine, but somebody else's. So, you know, I truly grasp it whenever it just struck me. I'm like, holy crap, that's what they're doing to us.
Yeah.
Conning people into getting a marriage license. Do you know the marriage license actually started out only if you wanted interracial racial marriage kind of thing. Like
Right.
a white person want to marry a black person or whatever. You know, to keep track of those little.
Oh, that guy replied. The guy on Lucky Haskins' comment section thread that asked
Oh, Lucky gets some
that.
doozy people over there in his
Oh my
comments.
God, I know, right? So I put he asked for, well, I asked him to define pressure. And he said, well, there are several definitions. I goes, you're right, there's 3, and I listed them, right? And he says, those are not the definitions I'm talking about. Perhaps do some reading first. I'm like, well, what do you mean those aren't the definitions? What other definition is there?
Right.
And in the context of what we're talking about anyway, you know, not like
Right.
pressure, psychotic pressure from work or some kind of shit like that. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me with this guy.
You're giving me head pressure. It's called a headache.
Oh my God, those are not the definitions I was looking for. Okay, well, so I take it you have perused the comment section over there as well.
Oh, I left a comment, and I had a couple people shooting crap back at me, but that's okay. They stop. They stop after a while because I just, keep putting it back in their lap.
Oh my God.
I try to make them think.
Right.
But I don't give after I say a few things, and I usually just quit because they'll just go on forever. But I think maybe I might have got the last word. I don't know.
With no pun intended, circular reasoning.
Right.
Always with the fucking circular reasoning. And
I did ask them if they could drink upside down.
The begging the questions fallacies that come about all the time. You say demonstrate a gas pressure system without containment. They go, the Earth. And I'm like, wow, man, that's the very thing in question. Okay. So no. And they'll go, okay, here's a picture of Jupiter. Jupiter is a gas giant. Oh my God. Wow.
How do you know it's a gas giant?
Spectroscopy. What is spectroscopy? I don't fucking know, but that's what Professor Dave told me to say. So, he don't got a fucking clue. Not for a second.
One of the things that we can do is to simplify things is everything you can see in a large scale work will also work on a very small scale. You can scale just about anything. But if it's fake, you can't scale it anyway at any portion size, That's why terrariums work. You can water them once and close them and they will flourish.
Yep. There's one that's been going since 1967, man.
Right. So there you have containment. It doesn't need air, it doesn't need rain, it doesn't need anything. You put all its nutrients in there.
Yep.
Anything that dies off becomes more nutrients and so on. It's a little ecosystem. So you can replicate that. They can't replicate their damn ball no matter how hard they try on any scale.
Nope. And then they're always like that fucking idiot Sean Hawkins. Give me a map and your measurements. All right.
I mean, why didn't they make all snow globes round? And then put a base on them instead of flat on the bottom.
Right.
Well, what I'm saying? I mean, very, very simplistic things, Well,
it's just this whole thing. I can't get around how they even can consider the idea of this. Nowhere else in nature can you find this condition, but you're okay with it and not being proven. Right. It's like you got to be really gullible, and it is gullibility, yes. And it's based on this idea of trust of through perception,
right?
This perception deception. Oh, that guy's got some fucking science. Oh, yes, I've been taught to revere science as though it's an entity, a god of some kind, and so therefore, if this guy is a scientist, he's a priest of this god, and therefore, what he says is the gospel. It's like, fuck that shit. That's not even true.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all fall for different things, and that's one of the things about these panels and stuff. People can really see the retardedness of the things that they believed. And eventually, you know, they'll choose a side. They'll choose, you know, for themselves what they're going to continue to be fed. And I think that's the biggest fear that we see right now with them trying to censor us and shut us up. You know, more and more people are speaking. More and more people are asking questions. And then, of course, you have those that are trying to bully us to shut us up.
I can download this.
Or just show their ass because they've lost already and they know it. So they come on and get drunk and act out. And
well, even
all that kind of
McToon,
stuff.
even McToon started acting like a jackass when he was fucking beat. It was like,
Toon Toy.
Did you see?
Look at the name he chose for himself.
Yeah.
Okay, McToon. He's saying I am a fictional character. I'm a joke. Nothing I say is real. Pay attention. I'm just a cartoon character. You know, I'm not for real. But I'm going to go around and bully people and, you know, whatnot. He just reminds me of Roger freaking Rabbit movie. Okay, that's what he reminds me of.
But I mean, it's, you know, when I laughed at his stupid fucking column of air. I'm still tripping over that thing. God
So
damn.
you pass me some air.
Here's a chunk. Fucking retard. I couldn't believe he actually went there with that. I really expected a hell of a lot more out of him. I really did. You know, at least you know, some of these other, at least Sean Hawkins blew across a piece of paper. You know, that was I was like, what are you showing, that you blow? I mean, that's basically what I got from that. You know, I agree. You know, I'm with you. Yay, thumbs up.
He was releasing the pressure in his lungs.
Out of his head. The fucking air came from his head. It didn't come from out there, man.
Oh my
God. He's crazier than a rat in a tin shit house. He always comes over here, throws his little stupid shit in the chat. I think it's kind of like punching in and really not doing the work. You know what I'm saying? As far as that job's concerned, because he comes over right at the beginning before there's anybody can really retort to him, throws some stupid shit in the chat, and then he never shows up anymore. Right. And I think it's like, oh, I have to fulfill this obligation. My boss told me I have to troll on Sov's thing, but there, I did my thing. Now pay me. I have to supplement my welfare check somehow, please.
But I mean, look, they do it to everybody. They do it to Lucky. They do it to Maladome. They do it everywhere you go. You'll see the people doing that. It doesn't matter what channel you go to, you know.
This could be interesting, Dreamy. On the, you know, we've talked about the firmament possibly being a super fluid.
Yeah.
You know, like a super dense fluid. This thing starts out, I mean, this is what caught my eye. It said all gases freeze except helium. That's nuts. Why not?
I didn't know that.
I didn't either. I didn't know this either. Let's see what this is about.
Well, I know that like cans and stuff and propane and things like that, you can pour water down them and see what their fill line is.
Yeah.
Even those cans of air, if you spray it, it is super cold.
That can will get colder and shit, man. I had one. I was spraying out this computer, and it fucking got so cold I had to put my hand under my arm and warm it up.
And that's just compressed air.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see what this does, man. This looks cool.
What if I told you that there is a state of matter that can climb out of any container it's put into, slip through any cracks, and has no friction?
Sir Robert Taylor wanted to show me an experiment that opens a door on what happens at some of the coldest extremes of temperature physically possible.
So that's the nitrogen going in. Yeah, we're going to pre-cool the outside of the, there's two jackets, there's an outside jacket and an inside one. as you cool things down, they slow down. Eventually, of course, they'll just stop. And when they stop, that's zero.
No motion, no temperature.
No temperature.
Has anyone ever got to zero?
No, you can't do it.
Why not?
You can never get there.
Why is that?
Because every time you try and cool it down a little bit more, you have to start again and cool it down a bit more. Then you cool it down a bit more, and you cool it down a bit more, and you gradually get closer and closer and closer. You never quite make it.
What's the closest anyone's ever got?
Depends on which system you're talking about. In nuclear spins, they got down to a nanokelvin, which is 10 to the minus 9. That's 9 zeros after the decimal point.
That's 1,000 millionth.
1,000 millionth of a degree. Yeah,
above zero. I'm just opening it ever so slightly, like this.
Yeah.
Oh wow, we're getting close to 3 Kelvin. Still?
Even if this absolute zero can't be reached, Robert promised he could take me close, liquefying helium to temperatures where our ordinary sense of reality is completely reversed.
And as the pressure drops above the helium, its temperature is dropping. And so eventually this will drop down to about 2.17 degrees above absolute zero. And something magical happens there when it turns from this normal kind of helium into a helium called superfluid.
What happens then? It goes sort of still?
Yes, completely still. Yeah.
Oh wow,
It's gone completely still. It's gone through the solution now. That is now sitting there at 2.17 degrees above absolute zero.
Wow, it's gone completely still.
Yeah, that's because the
No
entire
bubbles at all.
liquid is sitting at the same temperature.
And what is it? You know, what am I looking at? It doesn't look like a liquid almost.
No, well, what's happening here is that every single atom in that helium liquid is sitting there behaving in what's called a cooperative state. They're all behaving together.
Yeah.
So that nowhere is a different temperature. Everything's the same temperature everywhere inside that liquid.
As the helium atoms turn into a superfluid at that critical temperature, their fundamental quantum nature asserts itself. Instead of individual atoms bouncing around, the atoms move together as if they were of one mind.
Okay, Ben, what I can do now is to lift the bucket out of there and see what happens.
Which one's the bucket?
That's this one here.
Okay.
Where normally the solid glass bucket contains the liquid helium, once a superfluid, that very idea that things are solid and can be contained no longer holds.
Now watch the bottom of the bucket. You see the drips coming out and landing on the surface of the liquid?
Yeah.
That's the superfluid helium coming out through the bottom of that plug. That plug was actually perfectly happy to hold the ordinary helium, but because this is superfluid, it actually pours out of the bottom. And you can see the drips just coming off and landing onto the surface. You can see it just pouring out.
Now this is really strange. As a superfluid, the liquid helium has no viscosity. So instead of being held by that solid plug, it now runs straight through it.
It's a real quantum effect.
It's like a window on the world of quantum mechanics.
It is.
What an amazing thought that really, this is what matter is really like. All the stuff that we're made of, this is what it's really like. And its real nature just gets obscured at room temperature because of all the vibration and all the thermal energy. This is really what we're made of. We're made of weird stuff like this. That is mind-blowing, isn't it?
It's also very cold. That's at 2.17 Kelvin, or 2.17 degrees above absolute zero. And that actually is colder than outer space. And that actually is colder than outer space.
And has no friction. And has no friction. And has no friction.
That's fucking crazy, man.
That's very interesting. So what is the lightest gas? Helium?
What if I told you?
I believe so.
So that would collect at the highest level?
I would say so. I mean, it would make sense. I mean, it would, if it's the lightest gas, that would be where its most balanced state of equilibrium would be. I would suppose. I don't know.
But doesn't freeze?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is once you get up to a certain altitude, what is it? What's really up there? How was the pressure up there actually measured? What they give us is based on this theory that they have, and they say, well, if it's this here, then when it gets to here, it's going to be this, and if it gets to here, it's going to be this, and it's never been measured.
Right.
They don't have any fucking measurements of it. It's all just mathematical calculations, but that's based also off an assumption that it just goes out to zero, which we know it doesn't. Okay.
Well, it's like altitude sickness. They talk about that. Wouldn't someone in the northern hemisphere, let's say, like up in northern Canada, because they'd be farthest north, and you send them to Antarctica, they would be upside down. What kind of sickness would they have on this globe that they claim exists? You know what I mean? You can't have one without the other, right? You can't have something called altitude sickness and not have something when you're standing on your head and trying to drink some water down there or eat upside down. Right?
Right.
I mean, those are the things that people are not comprehending.
But see,
in
you
some
don't
ways.
you don't
Because
understand
if your
where
oxygen,
gravity pulls in toward the center of the globe all over. So it's all relative, man. There isn't really no up or down. There's only in and out, really.
yeah, right. Yeah. But no, if there's less oxygen at the top of Mount Everest and they take oxygen so they can breathe better there and not get sick, it only stands to reason that the amount of gases and where they are and what level, that, like you'd have to know the lightest to the densest of the gases to know where they're going to be, if they exist at all.
Right. Like it says, less carbon, no gravity at all. Why would carbon have anything to do with gravity, and how do you know this?
Yeah,
That's
carbon's got
asking
nothing
for
to
a
do
friend. Yeah.
How much does carbon weigh?
It does have a weight.
It's all. Never mind. It's the junk people.
I don't even know what that is. Sorry.
Carbon's anything that's decaying.
If a human didn't have carbon, they would be a ghost. Okay.
I disagree with that bullshit. I'm not a decaying leaf. I
don't even know where to go with that.
What they call carbon is bullshit because they just want to charge you for something.
Well,
so they
I
made
think
something up to claim that, it's
if a human didn't have carbon, they wouldn't exist. We're a carbon-based life form. A lot of things wouldn't.
Well, yeah, I guess in that way, but
I mean, some of the shit that they come up with for this, we want to eliminate carbon emissions. Well, what are you actually talking about? Well, look at all this CO2. Well, there's no carbon in that. What are you talking about? They want to conflate carbon and carbon dioxide. You understand? They say, well, if CO2 levels get really big, then the plants will grow more and produce more oxygen. It all works out, man. Stop. You're not God. You can't control the fucking world. Stop. Okay? Just let it be. I mean, I don't understand how these people's minds work with this shit, Oh, we have to control every facet of nature. We have to do everything in our power to make certain that we just totally fuck this place up. Because we've been.
The thing is, though, as I see, they create these freaking words and then create all this mumbo jumbo around it, with absolutely no proof that it exists. I mean, I looked up what is carbon. That's what I asked Google. First thing comes up is Britannica. It says carbon, chemical element that forms more compounds than all the other elements combined.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how does one thing, why would we need anything else if that does it all?
Nukes are a hoax, ST. So they're killing us all, removing. Yeah, it's horseshit. They'll make something worse than a nuke. There's no such thing as a nuke. So don't worry.
So they claim in this carbon can duplicate more than all the elements together.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Think of all the things that are.
That's marketing.
Well, it's control. It's sort of like how the cops use the excuse that, there's drugs on this money, so we can confiscate it. Dude, there's traces of drugs on all money, including the money that's in the cop's fucking wallet.
And probably in their cars.
Yeah. Wonder if anybody's ever tried to extract all the cocaine out of money. Wonder if it could be done. The cops
do. They probably lick it.
They lick more than that. They go to this gay bar called the Nightstick. That's what they.
I know cops that used to bust people, not really bust them, but they knew that they would most likely have weed on them.
Yeah.
Take their weed and let them roll.
That's a despicable fucking human being right there. That's even worse. That's an even worse cop.
Discretion. They have discretion. They can either arrest you for it if you don't give them any hard time and whatnot. Then they just take your shit, tell you we're going to confiscate it this time, and they do it over and over again. That's how I know.
See, you know what I'd do? I'd poison some weed and set it up so they took my weed. I would. I'd poison some fucking pot and let them take it. Knowing if they was doing that shit all the time, fuck yeah, I'd bait those motherfuckers. I'd poison the weed and then like, oh no, don't confiscate that, don't bust me. You know.
This one guy, this was being an ass, right? Because he'd been being harassed. So he took and he bagged up a bunch of oregano and some other herbs and stuff. He dried them out.
11 herbs and spices.
And he put them in baggies and put them in the back seat of his car. He got arrested and everything else.
Who's that one
funny
weird?
When I went to court and told the judge that it was oregano and some other herbs. I forget what. Yeah. and they never tested it. And then the judge asked for it to be brought in. And it was supposed to have been, you know, all these pounds of it, right?
Why do these?
And come to find out.
Why does this say McCormick on the side of the bag?
They were just plastic bags, but yeah, it was funny because he walked out of court laughing. Of course the cops were pretty pissed off, so they just doubled down.
Sure, they're gonna do that. They're just
so he packed powdered sugar.
you know how you turn a pussy into a dick? Give him a badge.
He told the judge, I figured I'd just give them enough powdered sugar for their donuts.
You ever see that weird guy that goes around dressed like an old woman and does these audits and shit? He goes in the cops.
Oh yeah, you're talking about flex your freedom.
He goes in there and he says he's got a little he's got some Mary Jane and it's those little candies and shit, and a little baggie of Coke. But he does crack me up. They ask him for ID, and he gives them a plastic I and a D.
Right, those refrigerator magnets.
I saw a hilarious one today where it was a security guard just totally Barney Fifing it out, man. Just totally Barney Fifing it out on these people in an apartment complex.
Right.
And I mean, I was laughing my ass off. This guy was like, you remember the security guard in Vacation that was at Wally World? John Candy. This guy was almost that bad. Sorry, folks, park's closed. Moose out front should have told you. He had that same kind of demeanor about him. This should be fun. Let's see what this is.
For the last few years, Globe propagandists have been sharing pictures like these, showing what appears as though Mount Rainier is casting a shadow upwards onto the clouds above the mountain, supposedly proving the Earth is a globe, since the sun seems to be at a lower physical angle than the mountain. Here's a simple diagram illustrating the globe claim. The sun is at the bottom left corner. The mountain on top of the ball Earth is casting a shadow upwards onto the bottom of the cloud. If we compare my diagram to an actual photo of Mount Rainier, the globe claim seems plausible, but the claim is entirely false, and instead proves the Earth is flat. Here is a globe supporting article that makes the same false claim, and you can find similar arguments on anti-flat Earth websites like this one. Now, the YouTube channel P-Brain absolutely destroyed this juvenile globe argument with actual time-lapse videos filmed from the tops of mountains. I'll have a link to P-Brain's videos on the subject in the description. In short, based on actual time-lapse footage filmed from the tops of mountains, mountains always cast a shadow downwards onto the clouds. There is no upward shadow time-lapse filmed from the top of a mountain. But when the mountain shadow is filmed from below, it appears as though the shadow is pointed upwards based only on perspective. P-Brain has a great little diagram at the bottom of the screen showing how the mountain shadow is casting a downward shadow onto the lower clouds, which is supported by the actual video footage. But when someone films this from a lower vantage point, perspective creates the illusion that the shadow is pointed upwards when in fact that the shadow is pointed downwards. We know the globe claim is false since there is no time lapse of a mountain's shadow being cast upwards towards the clouds, filmed from an observer on top of a mountain. But what I think is important is the fact that because there is never an upward shadow filmed from an observation point on top of a mountain, the globe has to be false. These time-lapse videos prove the Earth is flat. But something else has been overlooked in this debate. Let's get back to my diagram. Let's take away the mountain and lower our shadow. Do you see the problem of the globe? There should be a massive Earth bulge casting an upward shadow onto the clouds. In fact, if the globe were real, we'd see this upward curved shadow cast on the clouds on a frequent basis looking something like this. Have you ever seen an Earth bulge shadow on the bottoms of the clouds above you, moving rapidly across the sky? I certainly haven't. If the globe propagandists were correct, and Mount Rainier did cast this supposed upward shadow as the globe would require, then the physical Earth bulge itself would cast the same type of shadow. There is no Earth curve shadow, and that's a big problem for the globe.
Sure is.
Indeed. That was pretty good.
For the last few years, the globe...
Sorry. Wow. Big old bong hit. Jesus, criming at me. Oh, this is pretty cool. I thought this was a great little picture. Makes you think.
Oh, no, you don't.
There you go, Dreamy. Make Keeper watch this so you can learn.
Oh my gosh, he's getting into everything right now.
So what a brilliant idea, using a dome to hold back water. Huh?
Exactly. Because of the way that it's shaped, it can hold more pressure.
It's the arc. The arch is the strongest arc. Well, that's where the word architecture is driven from. Is from the arc. The arch.
Yeah.
It's the strongest
Hoover
structure.
Dam's built like that.
Yeah, yeah.
That looked like it might have been a picture of the place.
I think it is. It looks like a dam, but not just any ordinary dam. That one's quite big. I would have to say that is a goddamn.
Because I'm looking at the way that the road goes, and that looks like the Hoover Dam.
Yeah. Oh, definitely a goddamn.
I've been over that thing many times in my life. They have some big, huge fish. I've never fished there, but they have some big fish by that dam. I mean, huge ones.
Yeah, they got some catfish that like to be down there by those gunnels. I'm not kidding you, man. They just take in all the filtration of the stuff comes to them. We've got a really small dam over in Shenandoah in the Shenandoah River. And some of the biggest catfish ever are right down there at the bottom of that dam.
Yeah. They say that there, like Whitney at the dam, there's, they stopped sending divers down because there's catfish big enough to swallow people. When people drive off the dam and they try to recover.
What did the fish say when he ran into a brick wall?
Hell if I know.
Damn.
Oh. Duh.
Oh,
I
come
figure
on,
they should be smart enough not to run into a brick wall.
All right, so a witch doctor, a priest, and a rabbi walk into a bar, and the bartender said, "What is this? Some kind of joke?"
All
Oh my
right.
God. Tough audience. Jesus. Come on, y'all.
I
Do I have
must
to
have
get my
missed
own
that one.
laughter? Do I have to get my own laughter out here for my jokes? Come
You
on.
might. You
I'm gonna
might.
have to get my own laughter. I'll just do the punchlines, right? I'll just do the punchlines, you know. So I bid him. You just do it like that. All right. So this guy walks in this bar and he's carrying this little box, right? He sets it down on the bar. He orders a drink. Bartender sees him reach in there and he pulls out this little grand piano. He sets it down on the bench, on the bar, and he takes out a little piano stool. Takes it out, sets it down on the bar. He reaches in the box one more time and he pulls out this little man. And the little man's wearing a tuxedo. The little man walks over to the piano, sits down, and starts playing some Chopin. The bartender says, "Oh my God." He says, "That is the craziest thing I've ever seen." He said, "How did you get this? Where did you get this from?" He says, "You're not going to believe me." He says, there's a genie in the alley right behind this bar. He's drunker and shit, and he's just giving out wishes. He says, "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" He says, "No, man." He says, "I got to check this out." He says, "Just keep an eye on the bar for me for a second." He says, "Hey, listen, make sure you speak loud and clear because I think he's hard of hearing." He says, "Really? Why do you think that?" And he says, "How do you think I ended up with a 9.5-inch pianist?" I'm here all week. Don't forget to tip your waitress. Oh, Brian, you can tell that one. You can tell that one at work. They'll like that. That's a good bartender joke. Come on,
Yeah.
man. You gotta go with it. But yeah, like I'm saying, man, we're seeing more and more and more people coming out. I'm watching the polls. There's still more polls, and there's still smashing. Flat earthers are smashing in the fucking polls right now. A lot of people drifting away from the mainstream ideas of everything, politics, science. Boy, they really blew their fucking wad this last couple of years getting people to. I don't think they're going to get people to look at science the same way again, ever. I really don't. Especially when some of these prominent and well-known faces, you know, are being just fucking decimated over this crap, you know, that took place. I mean, there's whole governments, man. I think Indonesia has called for a complete inquiry. We, of course, have people here in the United States. Canada is trying their best with that dictator they've got up there. Oh my God. I wish senility could be blamed on that guy, but they're all WEF puppets. This is all part of the plan. And it was told to us how they were going to do it. The fucking Brezhnev told us, or not Brezhnev, who was the guy? Khrushchev told us how they were going to do it back in the fucking 50s and 60s. They don't have to fight us. They'll just infiltrate us. And they have. And they did it through the schools, man. I saw it when I was a kid. When I was in school, I saw the shit in there. I saw the fucking obvious socialistic doctrine that was being promoted there.
They did it in the schools. They did it in the churches.
Yep.
They did it in daycares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that communist fucking dinosaur Barney going along with his, caring is sharing. What do you mean? If I don't give some deadbeat lazy motherfucker some of my shit, means I don't care? Really? Bullshit, man. Listen, I'm all about charity, but forced charity is not charity.
Right.
You know, a forced donation is not a donation.
Exactly.
Right? That's a tax. So,
well, you know, nonprofits are actually all about profit. It's just not sharing that, right?
Right.
They only have to, a nonprofit business only has to give up 10% doing what they claim that they're doing. Like if they're helping the homeless or this or that, all they have to show is they spent 10% on them. That's it. That the rest is not taxed. And neither is that. They get a tax exemption, but it's all about business, and they still have to get those donations. That's
Well,
what
it
they're
shouldn't be
called,
fucking taxed.
donations.
See, there again, that's more of that flim flam. Break your legs and give you a crutch. Take away your right and sell it back to you with a license. Tax
Right.
exempt. Tax
Well, that's
exempt just shouldn't be fucking taxed in the first place. So we're gonna fucking rape you in the ass, and then if you want us to stop, you have to do this.
Well, that's what they do at the churches. They collect their 10% tithe, right? And then whatever you give beyond that is your offerings, right? That's your
Right.
gift. And they say that the gift is going to be for the missionaries, right? Then
Right.
why are the conditions that they set up in these other countries so pathetic if they are really doing anything?
Oh my
And why are
God, I
they
know.
helping other countries when we've got sick and homeless and people dying in our streets, right? Why are we sending them to some other country?
Well, what the fuck did that Clinton Foundation ever do for anybody, really? Come on, man.
Oh, well, foundations even all the better, because a founding family you set those up. That's your pretty much, you can do anything because it's private. It's all private. A foundation is private.
It was just that was a cover for trafficking
And they all,
drugs and people. Drugs and people.
It's like the clubs, all these private clubs. Did we hire the Fraternal Order of Police? Did the cities hire the Fraternal Order of Police? That's a private club. That's a private membership the police belong to. It has nothing to do with their job. That's an extracurricular activity. And then you have the police now on these community watch groups. Come on. They're just making new clubs to belong to. And like these unions, we didn't hire the police union. We don't give a shit about them and their policies.
Right.
They don't govern anything in the public. They're a private group. And you see how all that's playing into, you say you watch some of the cop watch videos. You should be able to see that very clear, how they're playing all that into it. Especially that one snot nose Fraternal Order of Police, what was he, the head honcho or whatever. He goes, we're sick and tired of these cop watchers out here. We're going to show them. Well, then clean up your act. We didn't hire your ass. You're a private club.
Right. That's that's a good point.
So you see how they have pushed these private clubs on us, like the WHO and CDC and these others, and the TSA, FEMA, and
now they're going to give
Homeland Security running everything right now.
Now they're going to give all this power to the WHO. Are you shitting me?
Well, that's because FEMA and Homeland Security run everything. There is no effing government. The bankruptcy ended all that, and they took over, and that's why we ended up having all these disasters. We've let the snake in the garden, so to speak.
What? Wait a second. Wait a second. No, those are balloons. Never mind. I was just looking at something that just caught my interest, and it wasn't as interesting as I thought it would be. Piss head, boof head, and dick head. I don't even know who these people. Oh, the Australian. Got any Australians out there? How many Australians I got with me in here tonight? I know I had Iron Horse here earlier. Somebody's from Australia. They'll probably appreciate this one. I don't know who these people are, but I'm sure it's valid. That was just for my Australian audience. And I have some there. Most of them. Drake is from there. Dr. Ake that comes on? Drake? Down there in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down there. Maybe he knows who he's talking about.
See, there we go with that word, down there.
Down there. Yeah.
The land down under. Upside down people.
I should say over there. Way over there.
Well, I can imagine if somebody from the Northern Hemisphere really went down there and hung around upside down, they would be sick.
Well, you'd have to use the other map once you cross the equator. You'd want to switch over to that southern projection, azimuthal equilateral projection, right?
Right.
Because
They'd be very.
that's what everybody does. And your compass works backwards too, see, because of the South Pole. These people and their stupid shit. I don't even get how they. What is this? Yeah. So anyway, I'm fixing to close her down here too because it's getting late, and I'm going here. The wife's home till after the 1st. Having fun with that. She don't know how to take these late nights of mine. And is that even true? Wait a second. No.
Well,
I'm just looking to see. I thought I had something else here that I wanted to show, but it looks like I don't. I wish I did. I did see a really good one today about flight routes and some shit concerning the jet streams. And they were actually talking about that over on Jaronism, where he had Craig from Fight the Flat Earth was over there. And while Craig's going, oh no, the planes don't fly in the jet stream, it's way too dangerous. And Jaron pulls up an article talking about how planes regularly fly in the jet stream and what the altitude of the jet stream is between 30 and 33,000 feet, or 33,000 to 35,000 feet up in that area. And he said, that's the altitude that they fly at. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? He just says shit. No, this would be, and he makes up, oh, it'd be too dangerous, like he knows. And he says it like matter of a factly, so it comes off like it's a well-researched fact. And he's just saying it because it's contradictory. He's really a goofball. I think that dude's right. I think that Mindshock's right. I think the dude's got a fucking mental illness. I really do. There's something fucking wrong with him. Same thing with McToon. I think McToon's something wrong with his fucking mind too. You ever saw that Globy, whatever channel he's got? Let me show you that real quick. This guy's a fucking retard. Let me see. I had that earlier. Let me see if I can get it.
I've seen quite a few of these crazy channels, but this is because it's not my way of thinking.
Oh, you'll recognize this jackass the minute you see him. Hang on a second. Wait a second. Oh. Wow. I don't know what that was all about. All right. All right. You're going to love this. You'll recognize who this is. Yeah. Here goes my dog, my space dog, drinking space water. Did you hear?
Yeah. I just put mine out again.
I ain't gonna watch this whole thing, but you'll move up here. Oh yeah, this is Glober Mom.
Welcome back. Dose of reality.
Oh jeez.
Well,
you know who that is?
This video popped up. This is MC Toon.
Yep. He's got a channel called hang on, it's McFlatty. Just a second, let me pull it up.
He's a clown at the circus.
He is.
See, I don't give them my time or my attention. I don't go to their channels. They are a waste of my energy. They're a waste of my time. They don't have anything to say that I can really agree with them on, in their little platform. I'm not saying there might not be other things that I would agree with them on, but I just don't agree with what they're putting out there.
He's playing like he's a fucking globe-tart or a flat earther, right? And he just does goofus ass dumb shit. Yeah, I'm trying to find where his damn channel's at. He's such an idiot.
I didn't find him very intellectual.
He's not. He's childish as all shit. He really is. He really is. He's childish as shit. And this Glober mom, oh my God. If I made videos that fucking boring, I would just stop. She needs to just quit.
Well, see, I feel like this. If you're giving somebody your time and your energy and whatnot, you know, that goes to that person. They don't need my time. They don't need my energy. I would rather go over and watch Lucky Haskins.
Oh,
listen
yeah,
to
yeah.
what he have to say, or go listen to Brian, or go watch some sailing or some gardening or some DIY projects, you know, cob house building, all kinds of other things. My interests are way many and not just flat earth 24/7. I mean, I need brain food. That means a multitude of different things. You know, I can't just feed off of bread alone, as they say.
Here you go. Here's this retard. Watch how he acts. He's just like a little kid or something. He's just something wrong with him.
Well, I hope you're all keeping it flat. Flat out here, I'm going to do some experimentalizations in my experimentalization shed. All right, going over here to it. You can see I got some stuff set up for the experimentalizating today. And then I got to go into the shed here. I got all the science going. All right. So I've got got some snacks for later. My phone, and we're gonna do some moonlight, make some ice out of moonlight later. But yeah, I'm getting ready. Now I know you're wondering what that is. That's my P1 million. So when I'm making it, but when I make it, you can look through it. You can see the sun's after it sets. You can bring it back, and it'll get.
See what a dumbass he is?
Of course.
I mean, it's
We
just
knew
like,
that before watching that.
I mean, it's like, what the fuck is this guy even doing, man? You know? Oh yeah, the bronze statues.
But see, he's doing that because he has an audience. You know?
Oh wait, that's us.
I mean, look at some of the other stupid stuff people do. Just because they have an audience. That's why they make videos. Because they hope to get subscribers.
But you know who that is? That's McToon.
Well, I know that. He's no different than anybody else.
Well, he's
I'm
got
just
another
saying that
look. Do you see what he's doing? He's got
you're
another channel.
feeding, but by going to his channel, watching his video, you're giving him those view counts the same way they do when they
I
go
don't
to
care.
yours.
I don't
It's
give a
all
fuck.
about the subscriptions.
Yeah, but look at.
He
look
don't
at-
care
if
about
you-
what's really he's talking about. He's
Of
just
course he doesn't. This is why he has this account, Dreamy. That's the point. That's why he's doing this and acting. He's trying to be a retarded flat earther. That's his whole gig on this fucking channel.
I got it.
That's what he's. I mean, it's like he's up to a whopping 310 subscribers. And
Well, he ain't got me, and he ain't gonna get my views or my likes or my dislikes.
oh, that's
or any of that
wrong.
stuff.
You're just racist.
That you damn right I am. I ain't spending my time on him. He ain't worth it.
Oh, now come on. He's not that bad.
He is
I mean,
too.
isn't that just kind of like over the top, though? Really, isn't that kind of over the top the way he's? I mean, you're gonna make a whole nother channel called McFlatty and
He's a
take on a
joke.
persona, and do ridiculous, stupid shit. All in more of like what Lucky was saying. This is all they have is mockery. It's all they have, right? And you get some of these dipshits that come in here and want to run their pseudoscience crap, and they'll just hold on to it like a dog with a bone. You know what I'm saying? They just won't let go. They just won't let go.
Well,
And-
he's misleading the people, and then yes, I'm sure that it's okay to point out, hey, this is BS. But then once you do that, end of story. Unless you happen to run into newcomers. But every day, we don't need to give them our energy. It saps us from moving forward. It pulls us backwards instead of moving us forwards. Because I think that there's more and more people that know. So we're preaching to the choir, right? So
well, we run
Is
across.
there-
there's the people, and this is why I like to also touch back on basics too, because we've got people at all different magnitudes, all different degrees of this,
Right.
And so it's important. This is an ever-going process that's humanity seems to be undergoing, and so this is why I find it, necessary to actually, on at least some level, point out the hypocrisy and craziness of these people that are there, nothing more to distract away
Right.
from it. And
Exactly.
if you can show that to people, and there's people that are going to get in there new, that they're wondering about this, and they're going to run across these clowns, right? They're going to be wondering about what's the real deal with flat Earth or level Earth. What's the real deal with it? And they go in there, and because of this biased ass fucking platform that we're using that wants to promote these jackass losers, that's who they're going to run across. But hopefully they'll run across me, and I'll be
And
here.
one of the insane
What a
things of
crock
these
of
new
shit
ones,
everything is.
I seen a,
Moonbounce, I'm just now getting ready to sign off, Moonbounce.
I seen a new flat Earth video, and they were using all the scientific bullshit. Stay the hell away from that, because that's where they trick you and deceive you.
Yep. All the time. That's what they do.
Now they're going to come out, oh, well, we're going to use this flat Earth, scientific bullshit. No, it's always going to be bullshit, because they've already screwed up with all their math and everything else. We don't need that at all. If it's flat, level, topographical plane, that's all we need to know, period.
Well, I like to
Their
explore
math
the
be
other
damned.
mysteries. I'm the kind of person, I want to know how things work. I'm going to look into, I want to know how shit's working.
Well, yeah.
I realize I know what it ain't. I know what it ain't.
How can you replicate something if you don't know how it works? And that's what true science is replicating.
Or even understand it.
Yeah.
That's what that's what the process of science is supposed to reveal, not how can I make that? It's more of how does this thing work? How is everything actually working? And it gives you more revelation into your part in it. I think that's one of the biggest parts of science is to uncover how do these mechanisms operate, Let's find out the real stuff. But if we're letting that all be guided by a bunch of people with Walt Disney brains pushing their fucking fantasy crap as fact, and the rest of these jokers talking about going to moon or going to Mars when they can't even get to the fucking moon, we got to just stop all this, man.
No, they can't even create building codes that keep homes from blowing away with a tornado,
Right.
But yet we already know the type of homes that wouldn't blow away in a tornado, but that's not the building code now, is it?
Nope.
Kind of stupid. It's always the worst of the thing that's actually the best. You know what I mean? It's always against the best.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we've been on here a few hours. I think I'm going to cut it off. Probably be back on tomorrow night. So I want to tell everybody to make sure you're subscribed to my backup channel. And here soon I'm going to, and I know I've been saying that, but I'm giving everybody an opportunity to get over there and do it. And I think what I'll do probably is,
I was start on both of them tonight. Woohoo!
There you go. I'm going to start off on this channel and the other, and then partway through the stream, after we got a good amount of viewers, we'll tell everybody switch over to that one and shut down the main, and that way people can all be guided there and still not miss the show. So we'll see how that goes. Anything you want to leave us with tonight, Dreamy?
Yeah, just keep learning for yourself. Don't
yeah.
just accept anything other people tell you.
Right on. All right. You know what I got to say. Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. And see your doctor and fire him. He'll probably kill you. So y'all have a good evening. Good night.